Let's do it.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Some 10 people, children among them, are huddling together in fear. You see that half of them have black holes where their eyes used to be. Some maintain gloomy silence. Others are wailing. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping every now and then at some of them for shaking too much or crying too loudly. Elderly citizen, come to your senses, Arlid. Look what you're doing to your own family. A woman about 60, gray-haired, but still strong and kneeling before a stocky man with thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms toward him. Take pity on us. Let us go. Fanatical old man. Stop talking and embrace redemption. Our children have gained true sight while you still believe the lie. Upon seeing the man points his weapon at you and the insurgents do the same. Who are you and why are you here? Are these people your family? All of my adopted and blood children are here. I raised them as my own, and now I protect them. Help them see. His mind and soul are pierced by shards of colorful deception hues, once twisted by despair, and the Immaterium's influence can never be the same again. Layperson cognition is not your primary function. You are saving your kin by holding them at gunpoint and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the author of your demagogic teaching that confused you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intellect. To cast your own children into a thrall of heresy, to drown your progeny in this filth with your own hands. I remember when the Vizier used to sew our eyes shut so that his young spinners would see the truth. Sounds hollow, and there are glowing embers of fury in her eyes. Our ritual was one of service to him. It tempered and prepared us for our duty. What you are working here is despicable heresy and blasphemous mockery of our sacred disciplines. Look at what fear has done with you. I see my past self in you, broken, humiliated, cloaked in disgrace. Is this how you wish to be remembered by the Emperor's servants? But all I wanted was to save The man drops his weapon and covers his face and his hands in desperation. You hear several short sobs. There's no washing, because I arrived late, the blood from your hands, but you could at least let us go, Arlid. The ones you haven't mutilated yet. The man gazes and gestures to lower their weapons. Their eyes shift gaze to you. What happens to us now? Your family will... So we're going to kill the old man. Your family will be taken care of. As for you, I condemn you to death. The old man's body falls as soon as the hostages see it. They start moving faster and disappear around the bend. Oh, you don't have to fight the rest? They all just like, fuck it, we're going home?
And you will be rewarded.
I'm restless. Nothing escapes my sight.
The Emperor gave me a vision.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Okay. I'm actually surprised we didn't have to fight the rebels on that one. I figured we were going to have to. Okay, so that's a dead end.
Let the faith guide my path to glory. The Divine watches over us.
The Machine God grants me insight.
I need to look closer.
Cast your eye there. See? Right there. I better myself through my service.
Damn. What are
Duty
you
prevails.
protecting back here?
The Emperor favors me today. Never doubt me. I better myself through my service. The Emperor favors me today.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Okay. For all those traps and such, crazy that there's not actually anything there.
Know your duty. Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
Damn. Who's my lore person for the Imperium? It's you, but it's intellect that you're giving me. Okay, so your fellowship is 30. Yours is 40. Am I the warp person? 60? To your 41? Fuck yeah. You can have this. You can have this, and you can have that. Man, I really want to do that, but is there a con to using heretic trophies? Ah, the higher the degradation, the more the burning. Okay.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
That's the command center.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Let's go to the lower level thing here and see where that leads. Oh, this leads right back into here, where we've already been. Nice. Hell yeah. So we literally only have the command center to go to.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
All right.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
I think I'm going that way. No, we're not. There was one that I wanted to give her. It was... I already got it. The blood artery is probably where we're gonna go with it. But your dodge is at 105, your parry is at 50. Okay. You're not my commerce person. You could be my Imperium person, though. You're definitely my awareness person. Let's make that an even 100 for now. To give you pain resistance.
Now that the heresy of rebellion has engulfed this entire world, no walls will offer shelter from his furious judgment.
Indeed.
The tall, dark-skinned man turns towards you and greets you in a curt military manner. Basal Rakari Abmed. What the fuck is this goddamn name? I can't pronounce any of that fucking name. At all. Not a single one of those words. AB isn't even a fucking word. Neither is AF. AB and AF are in that goddamn name as separate standalone names. Cronus, Governor of the Star System, welcome to my temporary headquarters. His eyes slightly narrow. Rosarian. Governor Medena, my greetings. And the governor's expression changed directly when he sees Cassia, Lady Navigator. What an honor. I never thought House Orselio would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under different circumstances. Purses her lips in an echo of grief and knocks the wind out of those present. House Orselio is grateful for the support that you have provided to Uric 5 these many years. Then the governor notices Cabela's clothes and the eyes go wide. He adds softly and cautiously, "This woman, she is your bodyguard, I presume? Or is she here to..." He stops, choosing not to finish the question. How would... I get that there's death cults. He would not know who Cabela is. He would not recognize her death cult. Here's why. When they introduced that death cult specifically in this story, here, in this game, they stated that it was started on the Rogue Trader's Void ship, on her flag, on the flagship, and it remains on the flagship exclusively. They said that there are death cults everywhere. Yes, absolutely. But the blood web spinners are exclusive to the Rogue Trader's flagship. They are not anywhere else. He would not know who the fuck she is. He might perceive that she's from a death cult, but that's it. He wouldn't know anything else about her. I'm not seeing the convoy I sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If that's so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe. What a curious exchange of pleasantries. Is there some sort of discord between you and Abelard? The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me. That is an outrage. I will have the personnel vetting procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was head of House von Valancius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now Rogue Trader? My esteemed predecessor died at the hands of cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. I should be the one asking questions. Our ship was attacked by heretics. They killed Lady Theodora. Our ship was attacked. Theodora was killed, and I claimed inheritance. That is all you need to know. Let's go with this one. My esteemed predecessor died at the hand of cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. And her frowns, and a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue Trader von Valancius, slain. Unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences. Your lordship, do not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help. Let's go with commerce. I need a fresh, because we got 100% on that one. I need a fresh crew to replace those who have been killed in the attack, and I need material compensation. The governor bows his head in acceptance. Of course, your lordship. You will be compensated for any losses, and I'll see to it personally that your ship holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserve. Gained experience, and we gained a profit factor of 2. Nice. Excellent, your lordship. A rogue trader that has no use for leniency. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I am sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. Sure, you won't have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming. Okay, so there's no checks. So let's see. Are you confident that you will crush the insurrection soon? My own impression is the exact opposite. Is there anything that I can do on this planet or in the system while I wait for the end of the revolt? I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malagar. He and his soldiers valiantly defend the starport. Let's do that. The sergeant who managed to impress a person such a noble standing will be recommended for decoration. Good shit. All right, my kinsman, Conrad Voigt von Valancius has betrayed the dynasty and the Imperium. If he's hiding in the system, I want him handed over to me. Yes. Voigtver? Why can't they use regular goddamn names? Bill betrayed us. Much easier to say. Why? Any family, however honorable and unworthy a scion or two, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, the governor pauses to think. We have a cogitator here, and at the command center. It's connected to the data crypt from Logis Abel's Sanctum. It agreed all the Lex Mechanic reports Unfortunately, the access to the prayer fort is unknown to me. You managed to convince the stubborn... If you managed to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about Conrad's movements. I'd hazard he'd fled from your ship and not on a pair of wings. Henrix van Calox, an interrogator of the Most Holy Inquisition, is operating the system. Do you know where he is? I do. Master van Calox has left for the hollowed electrodynamic cenobium. It's an ancient monastery of Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed at the monastery's vicinity, but I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I have already sent a small detachment of reinforcements there. The weapon of the insurgents we're using to shoot down over the shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing can prevent us from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master Van Calox, you should go to the Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's vox. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Haenum, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risks to falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained Magos should provide his assistance. I categorically object. The governor clenches his fist. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that is in need, that needs to be attended by an Omnissiah's servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in the same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense forces. Medina and Pascal glare at each other, and their unyielding gazes like cross swords. I'm going to go ahead and point this out right now. This motherfucker does not have the authority. There is not a single planetary governor in all of the Warhammer universe that has the authority to tell the Adeptus Mechanicus what they are or they are not doing. They are not subjects of the Imperium. They are allies of the Imperium, not subjects. They are the only faction that has an alliance agreement signed with the Emperor himself. They are not subjects. They were not beaten into submission. They are considered equals. And that is a canon thing that the Emperor extended to them personally. So not even the Lords of fucking Terra or the Primarchs can override that. So planetary governors absolutely have no fucking authority over them. Hell, Space Marines don't have authority over them. Mechanicus tend to agree to it, be agreeable to a certain extent with Space Marines, just simply because, like, Space Marines can body them really fucking easy. But even then, they tell Space Marines to get fucked all the time, too. So, like, I don't know who this dude thinks he is, but he sure as shit is he's overstepping his actual level of authority. You have picked an interesting time to quarrel with the servant of the Omnissiah, Governor. The Magos is part of my right. There we go, this one right here. The Magos is part of my retinue, and you have no right to give him orders. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no... Really? Governor's voice the governor's voice dies down in the low growl of a drilling mechadendrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of the nose of Medina, and he clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. So this is negotiation tactic you have resorted to. Do you think this is the first time I have been threatened with a weapon? No, but it could be your last. Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implement, steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment. Notice with the crunching of bone and the squelching and tearing flesh. I am heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? The governor mutters through gritted teeth. Abundantly so, Magos. We're not going to question him. It would be my pleasure to assist the honest science servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for your cooperation, your lordship. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Magos, officially undertake to accompany you to Rykard system in the role of bodyguard and to protect you at all costs until my life function cease, but only within the limits of Rykard system. You? Glad you're alive. You're Hannum. So he knows this dude's name. Glad you're alive. The governor raises his eyebrow and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. So he knows who he is. What are you perplexed? There we go. We can ask him. I'm not going to ask him about the relic. We'll find out when we get there. We're not going to destroy the monastery. That's fucking stupid. What has perplexed you about my companion's name? The governor looks at Pascal with curiosity. According to my reports, we received Logis Abelhan set off for the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find that you're out safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master Van Calox? My name is Pascal Hadam, not Abel, and I know nothing of such a person. Interesting. What, where can I get more information? I would suggest that you inspect the esteemed Logis Sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data crypts and connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you some information. It is amazing that a mechanical voice from the Vox can sound so confused. That name might have been used as a signal intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer might be Archmagos Amarant, initiating an investigation and data collection procedure. Okay. Me of service. Are you so confident that you will crush this insurrection soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite. Is that so? The governor maintains his composure. I'd like to hear your reasoning. Well, the insurgents are using arch-enemy artifacts, enchanted lens, to perform unholy sorcery. I've heard about these lens, but what makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool can light a fire with a magnifying glass. That's no sorcery. I'm a fucking psyker. Of course I would be able to detect warp stuff. Are you questioning a sanctioned psyker and their ability to detect the warp? Are you kidding me right now, dude? Okay. The insurgents managed to steal a Voxcaster. They have been listening to your people's communications. It's not much, but it's something. I will order the audit of our own equipment and see to it that our communication channels have been more closely monitored going forward. However, it was only an accidental success of otherwise disorganized mob of heretics who have no understanding of the art of war. The insurgents talk of final dawn and impending demise of the world. Yet another superstition. Surely you don't expect me to believe in it. Scores of crazy people with score-shot eyes are stalking your city. The insurgents are maiming their own. Good. You ought to leave your bunker more often, Governor Medina. I have only recently arrived, and I already know much more about your uprising than you do. Damn. Hesitates before answering, and its face slowly turning purple with anger. Your lordship. He grits his teeth. I know who you are. I have heard of your exploits. Ah, this is the negative one. And I will not allow a stranger, to let alone another rogue traitor, to speak to me in such a manner and make demands of the subject of his lordship Caligos Winterscale. He takes a breath and then continues in a calmer tone. This matter is closed. Let us speak no more. Is there anything else I can do in this planet? Or is yours, or in this system while I wait for this revolt? If you would like distraction, a smaller, safer uprising to suppress at your leisure, there is a planetoid in the system called Recati Philia. It's host of a prison colony whose inmates rebelled at the same time as the heretics on the planet. It's all around preposterous situation. It should have only taken a couple of orbital shots to take care of them, but Yvain Winterscale went there, and he is a relative of my suzerain, the great rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, the master of the system, and dozens of others. I imagine the young Lord Winterscale is very eager to prove himself to his distinguished kinsman. I see no reason for you not to join him. It's a small planetoid with prisoners. Numbers are few, and they have little in the way of weapons. It's more of a sport for noble lords than a real rebellion. Yvain, mutters, stroking his beard. One of the distant younger offspring, yes. That's as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. Yvain Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to Uric V on behalf of his father. The great regent would never have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means no matter what happened on the planetoid, we must aid the highborn. Okay, I guess that's it. Ooh, the Arbites showed up. Are assuming command of the area. Yes! They just took command over the area. That's awesome. The Arbiter marches forward relentlessly and halts one step away from the governor, looking down on him. Governor Medea, in the name of the Lex Imperialis, I, Proctor Solomon Anthar, arrest you on suspicion of involvement in theft of the shipment of the Imperial tithe. Taking into account the state of emergency on this planet, I will permit you to retain your authority under my direct supervision. From this time forth, you will give the Adeptus Arbites your full cooperation, in particularly by transferring command of the strike groups and other resources to me. Though deathly pale, proudly raising his chin, arrest me? Transfer my resources? Your demands undermine my effort to suppress a rebellion. Excuse me, Proctor, but this accusation of stealing the sacred tithe is simply... He stops talking under the Arbiter's oppressive, merciless gaze. Denying guilt only adds to the suspicions against you, Governor. Now, let us go everything one more time. The tithe was stolen from your world. You are culpable for this incident, whether you were personally involved or not. You will provide the resources I have requested without objection, as the measure serves to re-establish control over the planet. Comply, or I will consider your refusal an obstruction of the investigation and take steps accordingly. Translation, you're gonna do as I say or I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking face. That's what that translates to. It seems that I am left with no other option than to obey your will. As his law-abiding servant, I honor the word of the Lex Imperialis. Medina shoots you a quick glance, unless his lordship has anything to say on the matter, that is. The world belongs to the Winterscale. Do the Adeptus Arbites truly have the authority to interfere with the rule of governors appointed by the Rogue Trader? Yes, they absolutely do. I would never think to oppose Servant of Lex. That's probably what we're going to do. Do not even try to involve me in this, Medea. Okay, so we already talked to this dude when he first introduced us, and he informed us that our predecessor, Lady Theodora, she had already signed an agreement with the Arbites to help them with the tithe. In exchange, they will help maintain control and law on our planets. So we have a contractual alliance, a formal contractual alliance. So we're going to go ahead and side with him. In order to put this behind his back, either to appear more confident or to hide his tremor in his fingers. In that case, please accommodate yourself, Proctor. Before I give you the exit codes, I must give a protracted self-exonerating statement. There's no need. All information required of you will be attained during questioning, without witnesses. Be it your personal guard or the rogue trader, just you, me, and Galito, which is this dude. The cyber massive lets out a heavy growl and then sends a shiver down your spine. So are you just gonna go sit the whole thing out in this bunker? Well, let's see. What's your plan? Stop the heretics from taking over the starport and other locations critical to the investigation. At the same time, we will crush the heretic resistance. Most of them are hiding among the commoners, and a series of concentrated strikes against the residential districts and infirmaries will send them running. That is when we'll finish off the rebel carrion. Blood of Throne. I will be governing over nothing but ruins and corpses by the time you're done. Have faith in my methods, Governor. I am not going to depopulate the world. After all, it needs to be able to continue paying the tithe. Why do you think the rebels are hiding among the civilians? They could have shelters elsewhere, but we know that they are. We've seen it already. Alright, so we're going to go with the dogmatic response, because I want to build the dogmatic section up with this character. A sound plan, Proctor. Only harsh measures can restore order. Better to cut off the hand than let the infection overtake the whole body. Yep. Alright, so let's ask. Why do you think the we know the answer to this. We've seen it firsthand. But let's ask. I know this from a few intercepted Vox exchanges and a couple of the scumbags we interrogated. But first and foremost, I know from experience such mutinous rabble always feeds off of its families and associates, and also provide a source of recruits to support its ranks. And, of course, there is the heretics' contemptible habit of using the local population as a shield. We need to flush them out of their nests and starve them of the resources. Alright, wish you luck, bud. Cheers. Lower the voice, Governor. You didn't steal the tithe ship, did you? Not you two. I swear to the Golden Throne and the blood of all. I've never even considered committing such a. Please, your lordship, do not insult me. Okay, bud. Tech priest, Arborland. What do you do? Movement, Crumb, his gray eyes furrowed, blend pale skin, and he levels gray dour stare. Identification. Unit, Logis. Quartz Crumb, official trade representative of the exploratory cognizance fleet? Conscience. I don't know what fucking the word is. The unit supervises supply routes in the Rykod system. Ensures the security of the combat arsenal, performs commercial, transactional, and secures mutual beneficial contracts. Oh, so you're the trade dude. Alright. Show me. What do you got? No, it doesn't matter. We're gonna buy it all. Ooh, we just got a shield. Cool. Alright. Base armor property plus 3% dodge if the wearer's willpower. So it only gives me an extra 3% dodge. No. Run and gun. So that'll be good for what's her face? Sister Argenta. 8 and 12. Maybe. Maybe. You's got a plasma pistol. Soul Siphon. If used by a psyker, whenever this sword hits an enemy, Veil degradation is reduced by 1. The sword deals +1 damage. Most warriors prefer swords to provide a flexibility. Ooh, that's actually really freaking cool. Okay. So we actually need to trade with you. So you need holy gifts and heretic trophies. Do we have heretic trophies? Heretic trophies. Ship components. Mechanicus creations. Ooh, more holy gifts. Okay, we need to... I can only see the first level. Okay, so let's... It's 500. Okay, so that's the 1500 there. So, trade. Mm. And that allows me to buy everything that's currently available from them. Cool. And I don't need to go above that. Now then, let's look at what we actually ended up with. Oh, I mean, did I give you... Can't remember if I gave this dude... I did not give him shields. Nor do you. Nor do you. What's my block chance sitting at? I guess you don't see a block chance? Gains 1 deflection, allows the wielder to block attacks. The first use. And what if I go back to the gun? What changes, really? So 3. Ballistic skill is 5. And perception. This gives me more realistic skill and perception. Honestly, I'm kind of cool with that, though. I don't know about that, though. It's really good, though. When the wearer kills a target with an exploit shot using a single shot or deadeye shot, the nearest enemy immediately. So this actually needs to go to her. Because she's my deadeye. We'll go with the ring. Why not? If the wearer did not spend any movement points during this turn, they gain +10 to all characteristics. Where you actually need that. But no less than 0, that's fine. I don't think we're going to spend the psychic body glove. (9 to 14 with 15% armor pen. 7 to 12 with 15% armor pen. What is modified about this? 4, 3. So you've got higher rate of fire. That's all that you have is a higher rate of fire. What else makes you special? Nothing. Which rate of fire is what? No? Not going to tell me? Okay. I mean, I kind of want to give you that, but I also don't want you getting into melee. Did we get anything else? Additionally, the wielder can shoving strike, costing 2 action. No. The weapon has an extra attack action, which increases armor penetration and ups all subsequent attacks made against the same target by 10 for 1 round, and it stacks. What are my abilities? Because I have something with fire, right? Every time the enemy damage, that's from the psyker damage. I don't have... Actually don't have the fire thing. So maybe we don't do fire. Maybe we go with plasma. Plasma versus bolt. Plasma versus bolt. Let's see about that. So we got 913 with a 30% armor pen with a range of 8. Versus 8 to 12 and a range of, I mean, honestly, it's looking like bolt. Alright, so I think we're gonna end up redoing this character. Resetting some of the skills on it. I wish you didn't have to reset all of them. I wish you could just like take a few off and reset specific ones. Alright, so pyromancy is gonna go away. This one, I do have fire stuff. The target is not still burning. There is no longer tests. Additionally, if the target is an ally, yeah. So we do have fire stuff going on. Just keep them infinitely burning. Well, then let's look at the fire. 10 damage, right? So 10 damage per turn. What's my ballistic skill? 40? Weapon skill is what I actually need to do with this. Man, that's a tough decision. To keep them burning, or to hit them with the plasma. What's the melting armor thing that we did? Every time the enemy suffers damage from the Psyker, the enemy's armor degradation is minus 5%. And their deflection... Okay. So that has nothing to do with fire at all. Okay. So we can reset that character further. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Now, there was some sort of cogitator thing that they said we could use. Aha, here it is. The cogitator looks a lot older and more worn out than the one next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced. Not a single key is jammed, and the fresh seals of prayer of the Omnissiah adorned on its surface. One of the side panels has been removed. Bundles of gold-notched cables run from inside to a small data crypt. The one that was connected only a short while ago. The screen reads, awaiting access code. Tech use. Force access to the cogitator. You bypass security layers. The cogitator reveals its secrets. Yep. Pasquale leans forward and runs his fingers over the keys. The cogitator screen blinks and responds with a string of unknown characters. I appeal to the machine spirit to open Logis Abel's personal archives as well, and it has accepted my request. Alright, well, let's go look at that one. The private archive. I cannot see the secret design, but I can sense it. Shackled in stasis, the minds of the initiated are slumbering in neural harness of the vows. I am registering an impulse of change. I surmise potential influence on the stasis of the secret design. There came a time when the spiral was turned into a circle, but the circle became discontinued. The revelation granted by the Omnissiah to Logis Abel in the course of his data meditation has been recorded verbatim. Logis Abel is seeking an audience with the venerable Dar Impulse 6, who may assist in interpreting the revelation. A request has been sent to the governor's palace for a shuttle flight to the electrodynamic cenobium. A message has also been sent to Verbundus system. Okay. The cycle can be discontinued. I recognize these words. The voice from the Vox is soft, pensive, and barely audible over the static noise. I believe I know the intended recipient of this message in the Furibundus system. It was me. Omnissiah, grant me the wisdom to fathom this mystery. Sacred Contemplation 782-5-M. Upon Logis Abel's orders, the archive of every augur station in Rykod Minoris and the 2 primary satellites in the Rykod star have been quarried. Said satellites are named Magos Marof and Zarefre the Keen. And I know that I am slaughtering these names, and I use normal fucking words that people can actually pronounce. God damn. Or pay voice actors to do this shit. After two great champions of faith, whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's cores after their shells perished, the purpose of the sacred computation requested by the Logis is is to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurgency. Contemplation result: positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, struggling that the ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred augure's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived two Rykod Minoris cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent one has arrived a month ago. Logis Abel's conclusion: the insurrection on the planet has been long in the making, with the participation of external actors. It is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in a Rykod system, and rumored to be an unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship movements can be attributed to the weapon deliveries. But what is the nature of the activity near Rykod Philia? Governor Medea's attention must be drawn to. The final entry cuts off abruptly. Recent observations. The satellite Magos Marof reports that a ship has translated into the system in signatures consistent with the records of the flagship of the rogue trader dynasty, House Van Valancius, which is us. The satellite Zephyr, that's it. That's what we're going to call it, Zephyr. The Keen reports that the ship drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship had sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent controlled area in the surface of Rykod Minoris. Another transmission was directed to the planetoid Rykardi Philia, which is the prison planet. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. The entry contains planet-side coordinates marked as Heavy Augur Station jamming, possibly hidden insurgents base. And that's everything. Can we talk to him now? Tell him what we just found? Yes? No? Can't talk to him either. Cool.
Know your duty.
Governor, Solomon, Tech Priest. So we took care of everything. Cool. We need to increase our value, our wealth. Return to the Void Ship. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I have received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious. No tech litany or ritual pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, and change assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze as if in a trance. A click comes through the Vox channel, followed by a weary sigh. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitators, calculations, or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ships being cursed or possessed. Idra, why the fuck are you speaking? Nobody asked you to speak. Oh, don't start, old man. All of these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folks have grown used to it all, to all of that. So our resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, these things are ongoing and will only get worse from here. The Technomat's inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of the minds not completely eliminated by the manifestations of the machine spirits, and will nevertheless the faulty servitors make the crew's task considerably more difficult, and High Factorum Generis Danrock, would like to discuss how we should deal with the defective property. He is awaiting your audience on the bridge. Homie didn't send me anything for my ship. Dirtbag. Let's go get our buffs real quick. If it'll let us. Oh, looks like it's gonna let us. Cool. Do I want to keep the... Perform the absolutions. Pascal. An oily patch spreads slowly outwards from the Magos. This... Oh, he actually came in the water. He actually came in the water. Look at that. The smell of lubricant fills the bath chamber. This receptacle is deemed adequate for the execution of cleaning protocol. You are welcome to stay, Pascal. Your presence does not inconvenience me in the slightest. The invitation... This unit is grateful for the invitation. It will exit the receptacle upon completion of cleaning protocol. How long will it take you to complete your cleaning protocol? The procedure will take 1 standard ship hour. I'm not going to wait now. Alright. You may stay. 1 hour passes. Bye, Narek. Thank you for the invitation, Scare. Your absolution, or abulation, will be recorded in this unit's archive of significant events. That's it? I didn't get any experience points like I did with every other companion. Interesting. Do I have anything that needs to exit my inventory? Let me do my prayers. I can go back to the freight line at any point. That's kind of cool.
The Divine watches over us. The Emperor gave me a vision.
Wait, whoa,
Bound by the blood of martyrs.
whoa. Furia. Okay. So,
Heresy grows from idleness.
you are I think I may need to put everybody on these. A. Okay, so we need to go here. F.
I am at your service.
U.
Sins hidden in the heart
R.
turn all to decay.
I'm listening.
I.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
A.
I need to look closer.
What torments you?
The maximum push distance in the mall is 5 cells, and any collision damage is increased by 50%. Hot damn. Oh, look, come on, Stas. Hey, P. Welcome in. How you doing? That's pretty freaking cool. Man, I'm debating on whether I want to keep fire weapons or whether I want to give them up for plasma. Fuck. I think I'm gonna do it. Heretic trophies, right? Xenos artifacts. Okay, so you can only sell them if they're full. Okay, I understand. When in doubt, just go with the rule of cool. Yeah. Well, here, I'll explain. So I've got the handheld flamer, right? Which does 10 burning damage. But it's only doing 5 to 9 with a 5% armor penetration. And it's got a range of 2. Kind of shit, right? This plasma is doing 9 to 13 with a 30 armor penetration with a range of 8. And then I can also do the plasma overcharge for 2 extra action points. But the counter to that is this. The target does not stop burning and no longer makes tests to stop burning. So I can hit them with the flamer and then hit them with this, and now they just keep burning forever. So I'm not going to do as much damage, but I'm going to inflict a thing on them that causes them to permanently take damage. Counter, though, I have to be in melee range to make that happen. Whereas the plasma is giving me an 8 in range. Well, let's see here. And let's see, what does... So plasma weapon, which will allow me to use it. And then I can get 2 to maximum damage. And plasma reloading costs are 1 action point less. Whereas the flame expert, I just make them cost me less. That's it. Huh. See, that's where my debate is. Because I don't know that I want to get that close as a psyker. But inflicting a permanent damage effect on something might come in handy later in the game if they give me something that lasts longer than a fucking round and that doesn't die instantly when I hit it. Which I'm guessing, because I'm still in the first act and I haven't even finished the first act, that I'm probably going to run into something that can take more of a beating from me than that. But that's where my debate is right now. Of course, then I have to go to dual combats. I have to go to dual combat either way. That's going to give me that. You're going to give me... Okay, and then I get my dual combat here. Archetypes. And then if I go to Overseer... Right? Can I still take Nimble down here? I can still take nimble down here and swift movements. Okay, so then maybe I need to change my ballistic skill to my weapon skill instead. What is my strength at? 30? Will. My intelligence. Summary. Archetype. Willpower, willpower. Well, those choices, that makes sense. This needs to be switched, and this needs to be switched. So that's what we need to do. Can I just change those two things without resetting everything? What did we do? We went stabilizing factor, pain channeling, pyromancy. Okay. I don't want to reset all of them. Can I just change two things? Let's see here. Individual. The skill talents must perform a full respec. Yeah, a Japanese guy upset. So they have Marines that train like U.S. Marines in close quarter tactics doctrine. They have much of the same gear, but you must call them. I can't pronounce that word. Well, I mean, that's a respect thing. And the Japanese people are very, very big on respect. So, I mean, that kind of tracks. I fucked something up. Where did I fuck up? What did I take that I didn't have before? Is it second sight? It's that right there. Hmm. Okay. Little bit better. You're doing great damage. But your armor penetration is kind of trash. I don't know that I want to keep you at that. I kind of want to give you this one. How's your week going? How is my week going? That is a good question. So it's okay, I guess. I don't know. I really haven't given it much thought. Damn, that was a really good question. pretty good, I guess. I mean, we got this game, so got things to occupy ourselves with. I kind of wish that the other games that I wanted to do were still functioning and not constantly crashing. But pretty good for the most part. She is fantastic, but 10% to the carry, plus 2% to the critical chance ran stacks until the end. 16 and 19 is fantastic, but that armor penetration, man, that armor penetration is just like so fucking awful. Anyways, how's your week going? She's getting extra properties from that. Keep what we got here. All right. All right. Tell me about the problem that we've got. You see, your lordship, the ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols and interrupt their tasks to observe crew members for long periods of time and then move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Janice Danrock nervously pulls on his luxurious frock coat as if it were uncomfortably tight. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself, but I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one storage compartment pending your decision. Pascal Hanum expressed a desire to be present during the inspection, should it be carried out. I suppose the expertise of an esteemed Magos may come in handy. I wish to take a look at the servitors before deciding their fate. Yes. As you wish, your lordship. Would you like the Engineer Prime to accompany you? Yes. Okay. When his lordship arrived at the scene, he found the servitors in the same position they assumed after they had been corralled into a bay, all standing in a long, spiraling line and facing the center. The center of their strange formation. The moment his lordship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion, all as one, as if obeying a command. The servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The technomats tasked the overseeing defective units even reached for their weapons. But the servitors went still, and just as abruptly, staring at his lordship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath. Disturbed by the sight, we waited for the Lord Captain to speak. His lordship, Why can I not fucking pronounce that last name? Valvalencius. Valvalencius. Valenvin. Val. I can't pronounce that. Anyways. Gestured for his Overseer Prime to study the servitors. The Overseer Prime slowly waded into the motionless ranks of the servitors, peering into their faces, checking their readings. There was no haste to Pascal's actions. With mesmerizing diligence, he inspected every single unit in his path, and binaric prayers were his companions in this investigation. The examination confirmed the Technoman's initial hypothesis. The servitors' souls, or rather the souls of the people they once were, had awakened. Not yet fully conscious of their past and present, these half-machines could nonetheless feel primitive emotions and sensations such as fear and pain. This undesirable consequence of shoddily performed lobotomy is most rarely observed, and yet for some unknown reason it occurred in every single one of the servitors gathered in the bay. All present held their breath, disturbed by his sight. Disturbed by this sight. We waited for the Lord Captain to speak. His Lordship, Scare, listen to Albarat. I wish it was that simple for me. The issue is I have one of my many issues is I have a traumatic brain injury, which affects my speech center as well as information retention. So it's both that are being affected by this specific injury. Like there are words. I used to be very articulate and precise with my language, and then I was injured several times, and there are words that I used to use in my everyday speech that I just cannot pronounce anymore. Take several steps towards the servitors. Immediately, the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped toward the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked his movements with frightening position. The rogue trader halted in place the moment after a moment's thought and waved his hand, and the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated the gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the technomats, so did the servitors, as if mocking him. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it incline of the head, a wave of the hand, or step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute, until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue trader approached with confidence, and then the Lord Captain examined the servitors. As high factum, it was I who prompted the entire inspection, and thus it is my duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsating under their copper collars. Inscribed with their past offenses, it was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. Visibly shaken, a technomat behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened with the servitors' bodies, and after a long slumber deep within the lobotomized brains, formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After the pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly, and now no one has been able to explain their change in behavior. His gaze, still trained on the motionless but animate half machines and half people, the Lord Captain stepped away from the servitors. We already examined it. Demand reports on the defective unit and the status of the Technomats. The Technomats' long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized in a single key point. Despite the servitors' normal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out the tasks. Therefore, the circumstances did not call for termination. We can't have them live, though. That's not a good idea. Gotcha. Although you sound more clear than half of my coworkers. Yeah, my wife tells me all the time, because I get super self-conscious about it, because it's one of those people who didn't know me before the injury only know this version, right? Prior to the injury, I remember what I was capable of, so like I know how far diminished I am compared to what I used to be. I'm still more capable than most, and I am aware of that, but I still know how much more capable I used to be when it came to speech, you know? So it's one of those things. People that don't know don't have anything to compare it to, so most are oblivious to it or miss it entirely. This is going to be very gruesome and brutal, but we're going to do it because I want to see other choices. Order one of the servitors be disassembled and its components investigated. A group of technomechs hurried and acted upon the Lord Captain's command. The servitor's mechanical parts are separated with clicks, snaps, and hisses. The sutures between its wrinkled pale flesh and its augments were laid disgustingly bare. We watched as the technomats do their work and could see every centimeter of the servitor's stiff muscles abounding with valves and cavities pierced with countless cords and tubes. The disassembly and analysis complete. The technomats concurred. The unit was in working order. Nothing in the dissected body that lay before us could provide any insight into the reason behind the defects. I should make note that one more thing. At the moment, all of the present discovered that not just the eyes, but the hands and the heads of some of the servitors were now shaking too. It was as if the mechanized servants were overcome with some primordial fear. Alright. Announce the decision. His lordship looked at me with unwavering resolve, and it was that confidence that wrenched me out of the nightmarish stupor that had me tensely observing the scene unfolding before me. The Lord Captain gave the order. Ooh, that's not a good idea. Damn it. To send the servitors back to toil they had toiled before, if they had not yet paid their dues, their crimes, and their past lives, and thus do not deserve clemency. They're awakened now, which means they can be corrupted, and they're going to be faulty, and that's going to spread, and we can't have that. So I can't keep them in service. As much as I would love to pick this dogmatic choice, that's not an option. To destroy the servitors for what is happening to them could spell horrific heresy. To leave servitors to their work, for there was nothing in their behavior the Lord Captain found alarming. To dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from torment. They're not performing their duties, and if the human souls are awakened, the human souls can be corrupted. And we've already seen servitors get corrupted against us before. I'm trying to do dogmatic. But I genuinely believe that keeping them around is too much of a threat. It's too much of a risk, I think. Damn it. Alright, let's go with this one. We're not going to go with the iconoclast thing here. We're just going to flat out destroy them. To destroy the servitors for what is happening to them could spell... Or what was happening to them could spell horrific heresy. The Lord's Captain commanded to execute post haste. All defective units were incinerated in the furnaces. The remains were expelled into the void, and the crew was provided with replacement servitors and soon forgot about the destroyed units' peculiarities. Yet this incident haunts the memories to this day. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from his mission. Okay. Alright, let's see if she's got anything new for us.
Domin.
Nope.
Maybe.
Pascal, we haven't talked to you, bud.
The Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
I actually genuinely don't give a shit about him. I've never liked the Mechanicus. Those dudes are almost as destructive and much of a threat to the Imperium as the Inquisition. Almost.
The Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Your past.
Request is approved. I have no
Nope. I actually don't. You don't have anything relevant to my ship right now, so we're good. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit. It's resting on the ledge of a deep ravine. The hull of an unidentified vessel is severely damaged. Rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard the or near the vessel. Nor the flesh is weak. I mean, that's genuinely what got corrupted there. However, men of metal, right? The Imperium learned from its borderline almost extinction event of the men of metal that happened during the golden age going into the dark age of humankind, where AI literally almost made the species extinct. In fact, the Eldar, the Dark Eldar, the Tau, the Orcs, all four Chaos, plus Chaos Undivided, and all the other extinct Xenos races combined... Oh, and Tyranids. Almost forgot Tyranids. And Tyranids and Necrons, right? All of them combined didn't come as close as AI did with the Men of Metal in making humans extinct in the 40k universe. They are the ones that have come the closest. The species was on a borderline extinction collapse, a total extinction collapse, by the time they actually finally fucking won. But yeah, that's the whole why they have to have humans in every single fucking robot that they have. They cannot just have the machine operate on its own, because the machine is the one thing that has come the closest to wiping out humanity. All right, so Xenos sent a squad to the planet and explored the void ship. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. Oh, it's fucking Dark Eldar. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted in the darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to a Xenos race called the Drukhari. Yep. So the Drukhari, old Warhammer, the Adeptus Militarum used to be called the Imperial Guard. The Eldari used to be called the Eldar. The Drukhari used to be called the Dark Eldar. So, I, for most of my life as a Warhammer fan, grew up with the old original terms for a lot of these factions, so you guys will probably hear me using the older terms for a lot of these factions. So, yeah, Drukhari, they're the Dark Eldar. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak, as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares disturb its slumber. And if human brain tissue has a soul, then the machine spirits are real. Well, they know the machine spirits are real. So there's a couple things that indicate that machine spirits are real in this universe. One, every single Knight engine, every single Titan engine, all of them have a machine spirit that must be tamed by its pilot. That is not that's not the pilot's personality deciding how the machine's going to operate, right? That is a definitive fact, and the machine spirits of those types of vehicles have rejected and flat out killed their pilots and crew before, as well as with was it Canis Rex? I think it was Canis Rex. I could be mistaken on the name, but there was one night where the pilot was captured by forces of chaos, and they were going to torture and execute and do the sacrifice, all the crazy bad things to him, right? And the Knight machine spirit activated the machine on its own and went and rescued its human pilot on its own, unmanned. So there are definitive stories and moments that are written in the books where the machine spirits of greater machines and bigger machines have acted on their own without a human component, or acted against or within harmony of a human component on their own accord. So machine spirits, absolutely true. We know that for a fact. As far as the human souls, they talk about it a lot. But here's where it gets interesting. Nobody is going and residing by the fucking Golden Throne when they die. That's just not how it happens. The servants of the Emperor don't reside next to him in some forgotten away paradise realm. What is it, 1,000 psychers a day that the Emperor is fed? He absorbs those. They become just part of him. Those are the only ones that go with the Emperor, are the psyker souls that are fed into him and his golden throw on a daily basis. And again, there's I think it's 1,000 a day. And that's been going on 13,000 years now. So those are the only people that actually get to go with him. We know that the souls of the heretics and the souls that are corrupted by the Chaos Gods, we know that those end up in the realms of the Chaos Gods. We know that those become part of the realms of those Chaos Gods and part of their servants and toys and all of that. And some of them are just flat out devoured and just poof, gone forever. We also know that there are certain machine spirits, like Titans and Knights, for example, where part of the soul of their pilots, should they die while still connected to the machine spirit, are absorbed into that machine spirit. But as far as what happens to loyal servants that never betray the Emperor, that remain pure of heresy, that don't die connected to great machine spirits, there isn't an actual canon lore answer as to what happens to those souls. So we don't actually fucking know. But we do know the machine spirits exist for sure. Let's see. Abelard suggests finding out what the Xenos were doing in Rykard's system. Taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations, the rogue trader orders to send more people to the planet. We might lose them, though, with this ship about to collapse. And it's Drukhari. You don't want to fuck around Drukhari. But there is no life signs. But that doesn't mean that they're not there. They are so... Because they actually can... The Drukhari actually use their webway. Effectively, too. Alright. Anxious Idra tells the Lord Captain that the voices in her head are screaming and repeating the words Harbinger, Darkness, Death. Not wanting to tempt destiny. Harbinger. So that means Herald of? So we're going to be encountering more of them, obviously. Damn it. Argenta eagerly says that the only good Xenos is a dead one. A true servant to the Emperor shouldn't soil their hands with Xenos technology. Go tell that to the Emperor, who's sitting on a fucking Eldar throne, Psyker throne, who was actively working with a Eldar webway portal, and his best friend Malkador, who was actively keeping a ancient Eldar alive. And every time it died, he just brought it back to life so he can have a companion to talk to that was borderline and equal to him. Then we can talk about Xenos being purged there, Sister Argenta. The rogue trader orders that more people be sent to the Xenos of collecting valuable findings. Well, we might lose it. Being the God Emperor's chosen, the rogue trader won't go digging around in the Xenos trash. The artifacts of the enemies of humanity should be wiped from the Kronos expanse. I see this right here. This one line right here concerns me. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits along Wofo Creek, as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. And she's screaming out Harbinger, which means they're going to be showing up. Darkness. Well, yeah, we know. Death. We know about this, too. Harbinger. Yeah, more of the Zoom. They track the orders, send more people to the planet. We know why they're there. They need slaves in order to fend off Slaanesh. Genta, you have yet to be honest with us. Let's send them to find more. Monstrous contraptions designed to mince and rip apart and incinerate the victims took the soldiers by surprise, but they were neutralized before the squad suffered significant loss. The soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech, sinister on the void ship, but no data that could shed some light on why it came. Okay, so even if we had sided with Albard, we didn't get any information anyways. However, I can tell you, one of the things is that 9 out of every 10 Aldari because the Drukhari and the Eldari, the Eldar and the Dark Eldar, were one race at one point. And when Slaanesh was born, through their own actions and choices, it killed 9 out of every 10 of their entire population. And of those that survived, they split into 2 groups. The Eldar, or Eldari, as they're referred to now, or the Dark Eldar, and the Dark Eldar, or Drukhari, as they're referred to now. The Eldar, they have ships that they live on and they wander around with. The Drukhari live in the Webway, though, which is the ancient travel system that the Eldari used to use to travel between star systems without having to go through the warp. And one of their thing is they figured out the key to immortality prior to Slaanesh, and it has to do with those red stones that you see on all of them. It's soul stones, so it captures their soul so that they can be reborn again. However, Slaanesh tries to grab them before the soul stones can capture them, because she wants the entire race gone. And she kind of allows the Drukhari to exist and continue to perform their actions and deeds on the basis that they continue to provide torment and suffering. So they're the ones that can... We're going to try to not violate terms and services with some of the actions that they take, but some of the ones that we can't talk about is they are the kind that will turn you into a fucking couch or a chair or a lampshade and somehow keep you alive, just so that you can suffer in that agonizing pain for as long as they can possibly keep you alive, because the more suffering that they can inflict on you, the more it pleases Slaanesh, and the more Slaanesh will go, yeah, cool. If anything happens to you, I'll let you be. Because you're bringing me so much suffering, we will go ahead and leave you be and let you work. And that's kind of their deal. So they're constantly doing raids to try to capture people, and of any and all types, to continue to inflict pain and misery and delight in it for Slaanesh to bide themselves time and continue to extend their lives and fend her off. Let's see, the Night Suits and Titans act as individuals of a form. If it violates any AI laws, the Imperium has always been hypocritical. The Imperium has always made exceptions. No law is absolute. The Imperium has always made exceptions. There's exceptions to every rule. And again, you can look at the Emperor for this. The Emperor himself, while he was alive, before he retired to Terra, before the heresy, while he was still actively leading the Great Crusade, after he had found all of the Primarchs, stated and made the proclamation, "Suffer not the Xenos to live." Period. Hard stop. There wasn't a, we're going to negotiate with them sometimes. It was... Everybody that's not fucking human dies, and that was his stance. Purge all Xenos artifacts. Hard stop. No exceptions. That was the orders he gave. He also said that there are no gods. Do not worship anything, because there are no gods. There is no greater things than us. Do not worship things. And he stated on a regular basis that he himself is not a god, but a man who just happens to be powerful. Right? And yet, he was working on the Elder Gateway, which was a Xenos artifact. He was working on the Golden Throne, which was a Xenos artifact. He stole a power from the 4 Chaos Gods. He took one of the Void Dragon, which is a god from the Necrons time period, from the War in Heaven time period, and imprisoned it on Mars. He made a deal with the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Martians, and allowed them to maintain their faith in worshipping the machine spirits and the Omnissiah because of their usefulness. Right? So he himself made exceptions for all of the rules that he himself said nobody was allowed to make exceptions for. So following that example, it's, these are the rules, we do not budge on them unless it is of great benefit to the Imperium. Or unless not making an exception to it would hurt the Imperium. Right? Because everything that he has made exceptions for when he was in charge and walking around and still giving orders and shit, either benefited the Imperium or prevented disaster from the Imperium. And now those have always been the basis of exception. However, people are corrupt. So the Lords of Terra and people like Goj Van Dyer from the Reign of Blood time period of the Imperium's history, they have all severely corrupted, perverted, and become hypocrites for personal gain of wealth and power to those ideals and orders and policies in which the Emperor held dear. And they've also allowed the Lictitios Divinitatis, which was the imperial cult that worshipped the Emperor as a god, which, by the way, was written by Logar Aurelius, the Primarch of the Wordbearers, the traitor Primarchs. Yeah, he wrote the Lictitios Divinitatis that said the Emperor was a god, and then people who were reading it were outlaws and cultists and not allowed to fucking worship him because he's not a god, and he was very clear about that. But now the entire Imperium of Man is based off of it. So there's a lot of changes that have been brought about by humans that weren't initially there when he was at the head of everything and actually was able to hold the reins and make decisions. Because his decisions and exceptions benefited or prevented disaster. But there's always been exceptions. Now it's just corruption that has led to those exceptions. Alright, so we got an assortment of barbed needles for Xenos Artifact. Shikari Shatter Shards, okay. A one-handed... Ooh. Holy fuck, that is... Wait. Please tell me I didn't fuck that one up. Prerequisites have to be level 22. Okay, so I'm not a level 22 yet, so I don't have to worry about that. But that fucking weapon we just picked up, that is fucking amazing. I have no idea who I'm going to give that to. That is fantastic. And meanwhile, Saint Celestine and the Imperial Saints exist. They are his creations. Don't worship me while I act like the Golden God. Right? And let's not forget about the Legion of the Damned. Which, by the way, are one of the coolest fucking legions in existence. Legion of the Damned are so fucking awesome. Terrifying. But I will say this. None of those things, the Saints, the Legion of the Damned, none of those things existed before he was put on that throne. And before he started getting worshipped as a god. Before he started getting fed psychers. Whatever the Emperor is now is not what they originally put on that throne. It's not whatever he was when he was walking around. Whatever he is now is closer to a god than a man. Which is interesting. Because the question is he going to be the Dark King or not? 1 second, give me a moment. And the other thing is that the Emperor always presents himself in the way that he wants you specifically as an individual to view him. Because every Primarch was presented with him in a different way initially. And then there's stories of when Malcador and him are alone. He presents himself differently to Malcador than he presents himself to others. So he also changes his appearance to fit whoever he's dealing with. Look at that shit. This is considered a laser weapon? Jeez. That is freaking wild.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Let us see what I found.
Car escort, please. A shapeshifter that can be whatever he wants has probably been many things. Well, he has. Well, he's not a shapeshifter. He's a psyker. He's just powerful enough to project the image of what he wants you to see into your mind. So he's not a shapeshifter. He's a psyker, and your view of him works is he's projecting it into your mind so that you see what he wants you to see. He's not changing his shape. He's just making you perceive him differently, or perceive him in a specific manner, rather. And as far as like, he's been many things. There's in the Horus Heresy, there's periods of time where he's sitting in the throne room, and he's trying to like do all this defense stuff, and his custodians will come to him, and they'll go through like a psychic projection of finding him and seeing where he's at, and the emperor will go back to his past, and you get to see different time periods. And the emperor and the heresy, anyways, shows us that he goes all the way back to like even when Egypt was an empire and they were at their prime and they were at their height. Like he was even alive way back then, and he's been alive since then, right? So he's always been there. His origin itself, there's multiple things that have come out on what his origin was. None of which can be proven either one way or the other, because that's one of those mysteries that they deliberately don't canonize. But he has been on Terra since before ancient Egypt was a empire. And Egypt predates Rome. So, and he's been a psyker that entire time. The pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swirling in her eyes. You notice her hands are trembling as she clutches her weapon. Who are you? Where did you come? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saint's Teeth. I thought you'd never come. Our lad teaches this riffraff the proper way of addressing her sovereign. Glares at the woman as burrow-firing officer. The person before you is Scareborne, of a rogue trader. Although you are, from what I gather, a subject of another dynasty, you would do well to introduce yourself with the proper decorum. At once, the woman stands at attention. Captain Raquel Vicari, servant of House Winterscale, and the pilot of the shuttle. It is an honor to be greeting His Lordship Van Valancius. I am looking for a man by the name of Henrix van Calox. Is he here, perhaps? Unless he's one of the prisoners or guards, then it is unlikely here. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine, and there is nothing else anyone could have used to reach this place. Is this prison riot connected to the planetary rebellion? It seems more likely that the warden Castigeller learned about the rebellion on Rykard Minoris and decided to use the situation to his advantage. I can't say for certain. Perhaps no one can. Governor Medea has always preferred to shoot rebels rather than inquire about their motives and connections. Okay, what happened here? There is a prison riot on the planetoid. Sadly, it is being led by the prison warden himself. Okay, cool. I don't know if you would call him the Honorable anymore if he's leading a fucking prison riot. Anthog Castigella. I don't know how to pronounce that last little bit there. He has allied himself with the rabble, and that he himself was supposed to watch and declared Frykad Philia to be independent of the authority of the system's lawful governor. I came here in the shuttle as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Yvain Winterscale, son of Caligos Winterscale, rogue trader, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumph of the enemies of humanity. She details extenuating every word of her lord's title. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally so he could put an end to this lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead and... She grows paler. I haven't been able to contact him over the box for a very long time. You were late. Why would the young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? She sighs quietly. It's a personal matter. Master Castigella, the seditious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. Ah, personal emotions intervened with duty and obligations. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, so he rushed here without delay in hopes to bring his old friend to his senses, no doubt. The first Winterscale in memory who prefers to talk first rather than shoot and slash. Smiles firmly. Young Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he is alive as well. He has been gone for such a long time, and I really don't like this place. Frowns in confusion. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against Orselio. So, why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? Do the bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes? Well, I don't think that's for us to fucking say, Cassia. This is their house and their business. The warden himself is spearheading the riot. Yes. She bites her lip. No one expected the Master Castigal is a nobleman from a respected governor house and a vassal to House Winterscale. And all of a sudden he proclaimed that Ricati Filia was now his personal domain and that the prisoners were his subjects, and he would never bow to anyone again. It was pure heresy. Alright, is there anything else that I should be appraised of before I set out? Some of the rebels are about holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please take caution. Your lordship, Lord Winterscale's guards, mind the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. Alright, the woman freezes for a moment before asking hesitantly, Your lordship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't have ever dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation... In any case, have you been to the capital of Ricard Minoris yet? I wanted to ask you that if you saw a man there, a communications officer named Jasper. That was the young kid at the spaceport. I met Jasper at the starport. I saved his life. I expect some show of gratitude. You may name your firstborn after me, or whatever it is that the commoners do to thank their heroes. Let's just go with this one. You need not worry, Jasper's alive. You can see the relief gleaming in her eyes. You can't imagine how much I needed to hear that. Thank you. She bows, and you can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planet toward its end as quick as possible.
With each
All right.
step, I forge my destiny among
Never
the
doubt me.
stars.
Chaos symbol right there. Well, we know why he rebelled. He's a servant of the arch enemy.
This is out of the ordinary.
Our prayers are different, but I notice similarity in our attitudes towards ministry. It unites us.
You are right. Only we know what it is to pray to our intercessor at an altar in our struggle to protect those close to us, to be their spiritual shield. Join me in prayer.
You are authorized. Anything worthy of my attention? My success is an irrefutable certainty. This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Apparently that door does not open. Irrelevant writings.
I will cast you into eternal darkness.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Oh, is that what you think?
Rejoice in another step towards our ultimate victory.
Crazy. I didn't quite catch what you guys were going to complain about. What?
As the Emperor eradicated. Doubt is for the weak. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Each strike is a prayer. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor... I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
And there we go. Wiped out.
Know your duty.
The mono knives, those have like a vibration to them, if I remember correctly. At least in the books they do.
The divine watches over us.
So far we have not missed
blood-soaked
anything.
sunset of gold and crimson burns within your soul, but the rest of your colors have faded to gray.
To serve the undying Emperor, one must excise all that is superfluous. What you see is sacrifice. What you see is duty.
Accomplished.
Some more chaos.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Operation successful.
My brethren, the dawn is nigh. The Optimites will guide us through a new existence. Yes, my dear brethren, have a taste of my steel. Oh, I have longed for this, my dear brethren. Ah! Thanks the throne, normal-looking faces. We thought we were going to die here with these nutters. The old man, with the gap-toothed smile, drops his weapons and holds up his hands in a gesture. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Well, this is a welcome change. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, they look like a ragtag bunch. Hardly inspires trust. Give me a reason not to execute you. Here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We don't want to riot, but, well, sitting it out really wasn't an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities, so we had to, you know, play along. That makes sense. But that's all it was. Play. We never meant no offense. Governor Medea nor the lawful authority of the House Winterscale. Okay. Give us a chance, eh? We just want to wait until everything blows over and then go back to our cells quietly and do the rest of our time. Does the fact that the serfs in presently confined and therefore has previously betrayed the trust of the Imperium servants need to be vocalized, or is it evidence that the late persons uninitiated in the sacred mysteries of logic? A repentant, honest heretic, how novel. The seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingrating monologue. The low-born speech is mottled with colors that conceal his true darker hues. The old man has a long history of lies. He is using his wiles on us as well. I see no foul corruption or intent in his words. So he is a criminal. He's fully all about that. Nor does he have any intention of repenting his criminal ways. But he is not corrupted by the archenemy, nor does he mean us ill intent. And tell me about the warden and the riot. Why soil your tongue talking about the heretics? But if you insist, here's how it is. The warden of this here prison, the Honorable Master Castigaler, was a crackpot from the start. The previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, punch in the choppers from the guards, work again. But the new one, do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunches and dinners. By the 9 devils, the 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. Things only went downhill from there. The guards quit it with the teeth punching, and the warden forbade them. Instead, the overseers started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry, or swinging their pickaxes harder or whatnot, and then, would you believe it, they put together a list of the best workers, and if someone was on the list, they got and also showed good behavior. That's when they would get promoted to opt-inmate. That's an upper crust among us jailbirds. Or that's how it was at first. Then the warden decided that it's the opt-inmates, not the guards, who should be in charge of punishments, and that it wasn't the overseer's job to watch the prisoners work. It was the opt-inmates. Well, let me tell you, that's when these goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellow opt-inmates. In the old days, we had maybe 5 or 10 stiff kicks in a week, and now we're lucky if it was only 50. And it wasn't even the end of it. Warden Castigal moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry under the dome. I think something in his new home really scrambled his brain. He began spouting the wildest things like the optimates are saints and who will behold the truth. And he started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned. The ones who did, you wouldn't recognize them. More beast than man. They were butchering people left and right. Even guards and overseers, the warden himself, had armed them. And that's the whole sob story. But I knew it from the moment they let us have dinners. Oh dear, this won't end well. Let's go with this. If I spare you, what do I gain from it? Now, how can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your noble self? I've an inkling. You see, us here, we're, how should I put this, different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. They're all petty thieves from Rykad, Minoris, debtors, gutter snipes. There's no one serious. Now we, your nobleness, are cut from a different cloth altogether. We're fortune seekers from the void. We don't... Why don't we tell you we're on Footfall Station? You know, Footfall, the only shipyard and the best making... Cronus Expanse? Yes, so Footfall. You can find some very serious business-minded people and how you can get yourself a very special discount from the special goods. Okay. What kind of very serious people? The most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you heard about the Fellowship of the Void? It's the largest pirate alliance in the Expanse. There's no leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it, counterproductive. But cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. You mean productive? And while their joint efforts leave them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow, and I, your nobleness, just have to know some of the handlers, such kinds of dealings on the behalf of those very serious people. You are pirates, and I come across your void ship belonging to your associates. They were planning to break you out. The man huffs and makes up his mind. Well, now that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come get us a long time ago, and they got tied up somewhere. Void Kraken's gullet with them. And in all this time, we had to wait. This happened. Pardon me for trying to pull the synth wool over you. It's just that we want nothing to do with this whole warden nonsense. So now will you let us go? So they're part of the, what is it, like 5 fucking factions that we can trade goods with, that we actually need to build reputation with, and you guys are going to give me a discount on top of that. And we are going to have to go to the Footfall shipyard, because we're going to have to have ship repairs. So let's go ahead and spare them and benefit from that, because I think that's going to be a long-term benefit. Great. Now that's a true Eshkan, not a wooden creep. Now then, you noblest, where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's a district known as the Shadow Quarter. It is called that because it is located behind a statue of our holiest emperor. I've known the folks that sometimes call it something else on the account of it being behind the statue. Don't repeat their mistakes. I tell you, revered Hieronymus wasted no time finding them and burning them all. Forgive an old man. We're getting distracted. So, Footfall, the Shadow Quarter. There's a bar built into the remains of an old ship. And in the back room, a certain Ryza does her business. Tell her Grandpa Bakval says hello. You'll be her favorite client in a blink of an eye. There we are. Well, your nobleness, we'll be going now. If you don't mind. Heretical, you may go. I shall not leave you here to die at the hands of the warden's heads. Go to my pilot and Lord Captain's orders. Be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You will have my personal pardon as a rogue traitor. Change my mind by his holy name. I will not let heretical riffraff such as yourselves leave this place alive. Alright, so I don't want them to go. So the heretical options are off the table. So we got two choices then. Dogmatic, we can kill them all. They've told us the secret already. Or the Iconoclast, which that's just giving pirates more bodies. Now, a smart person, who is, if the game actually gave us free will and free choice, you would make friends with the pirates, figure out all their inner workings, figuring out their bases, figuring out the who's who, figuring out all of their numbers, their strengths, all of that shit. And then arrange for one swell swoop to annihilate the entire problem. But we're also talking about the game the game's probably not going to allow us to do something like that. Not to that level. What was it she said? Is malted with colors that conceal his true darker hues, which we already know about. The old man has a long history of lies, and he's using his wiles on us as well. But I see no foul corruption or ill intent. Fuck it. Thanks very much. Grateful you're never this. I want to build that relation out and see if maybe they are going to have something that might be useful to us later. Report heresy to your commissar. There's not a fucking commissar here, though. There's no Astra Militarum here.
Duty prevails.
Fortune smiles on us. An ill omen.
The next hit against the target will be an automatic critical hit. Bowhammer. Oh, it's a shotgun. It's a one-handed shotgun. That's kind of fucking cool. When the wearer uses Endure, they immediately remove one effect. Okay, you. What is yours? Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20%. And your dodge is... But you're using Endure. Alright, so we'll leave that be.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Okay. Everybody's here. Save game. So there was something
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
in the mine. That is chaos related. Oh, I already cleared this place. We just came in.
Let us walk this path to the end.
A different door. Okay, to the pit. There's the lens.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Just as he ordained.
The warden. I told you, Evie, they are hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters. What have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. I can't pronounce that word either. All right. The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is in front of him. He leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing. But Aurora, she is different. She spoke to me like no one ever had. She revealed the truth to me. And now I can reveal it to you. If you just stop struggling for a minute. What? The man finally realizes that he's not alone, and he turns to you. He is clutching a long, thin metallic rod with blood dripping off of it. We have guests from Van Valencius's ship, I would wager. Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg you. This is important, that you feel everything, including your other eye. As the warden is speaking, a strange sensation, you're a psyker, draws your attention towards the ground, specifically an open pit on the loose dirt. A single word spontaneously surfaces to your mind: cradle. The pit itself does not appear to be much interest, but at some point it housed something of great importance, something faintly familiar to you. Such dreadful shades. Cassia recoils and covers her mouth. The colors of this place are pearlescent to its core, and these people, their colors are oozing with madness, despair, pain, and doom. The pit. There's something special about it, is there not? An item of value was once buried here. Now tell me, Warden, what was that item and who took it from here? The Warden gaze bores into you, then he smiles with the corner of his lips. You are too late, enemy of truth. The Bastion has already fulfilled its great purpose. You will never find the trail of the reclaimed relic that now rests in the hands of the devout. Okay. Cool. The Warden raises his hands, and the maimed people start thrashing in their death throes. The time for words has passed. Inmates, give your power to the Harbinger of Aurora. Let the foes see the truth or become awash in blood.
Grovel before the faithful.
The Masters demand your death!
This is beyond me.
They just killed one of their own. No, they didn't. Interesting. So it showed the skull like it killed one of their own, but that person is clearly still alive.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Let's make it quick.
I cannot serve you in this way. A dance of blades and shadows. No. As the tenants demand.
The Emperor commands. I will not be deterred. May my wrath be thy undoing.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. If I may,
Got him. Psyker Majoris. Man, I'm not gonna lie, there's a huge part of me that wants to take I don't see it. Oh, that's right, level 22. Allows the wearing of power armor? No shit. Blocks an attack, they immediately use the shield bash against the attacker. If the wielder's makes a counter attack triggered by Starmount defense, the shield bash follows that. Yep. Let's give it to... Do I want to give you metal weapons? Yeah, fuck it. Let's give you metal weapons. Because I don't see the ability to give you more... Oh, wait, no, I can. Abelard. Am I going to keep you, Abelard? I don't know if I'm going to keep you. Maybe. I don't know if I'm keeping Abelard. To give you swift movements. Perception. Gains plus 20 damage reduction and parry reduction in melee weapons if the enemy dodges or parries is doubled. Let's go with agility. Your weapon skills. What is this? 85 and 90. Your strength is... That skill is 50. Toughness bonus, and parry is increased by toughness bonus. And attacker's melee critical hit chance bonus, determined by the difference between the attacker's and the blade dancer's weapon skill, is halved. So it sounds like I might need to... It specifies swords. Whenever the blade dancer dodges an attack made by an enemy who attacks them for the first time, the blade dancer gains +1 charge to death from above. Whenever the blade dancer uses an ability that costs wounds, they gain half of the wounds spent as temporary wounds. The number of the temporary wounds gained cannot be decreased by okay. Deals double damage. Let's do that one, I think. If all the strikes made by a blade dancer are directed against the same target, the last strike deals double damage. Actually, that... Well, I gotta do blade dance for that. It kills an enemy with an attack of opportunity. Blade dance gains 1 charge. Pain and blood. Blood Oath. Do you have Blood Oath? Okay, so what is this? The Blade Dancer, upon they deal 10 damage to all adjacent enemies, the leap can be made to an unoccupied cell. Site. The Blade Dancer cannot jump to a site that is inaccessible to combat. The ability can be used multiple times per turn, but use requires a charge to be spent. Okay, so we're going to build that up. We're going to build that up. Any Blade Dancer attacks made with a sword deal plus agility. So let's do that. And then we'll go back to building that up. I don't believe it when we're properly introduced. Blood is bubbling from the young man's lip. The voice is barely audible, but don't even know it remains melodious and quite courteous. Yvain Winterscale of Cronus. Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Uric 5, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I delighted still to see the rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisting from pain and bitterness. We must help the Lord Captain. We must save the clarity of his soul, for He whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady Cassia, I presume, the sacred child of the House of Cilia. How disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, I, looks away in shame, find myself not at my best. There is no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. The Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful, tragic circumstances. Oh, what have they done to you? The warden, my friend. I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed, speaking in the struggle, but he continued stubbornly. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. Alright, conserve your strength. You are in need of help. Wounded, I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured, maimed, perhaps. Have you ever had your eyes burned out? That was my first time. I can't say I recommend the procedure. He is trying to make light of the situation and growing delirious from the pain. I must take my leave. I will see to it that assistance is provided to you. You are escorted from here. She didn't detect corruption. She said bitterness and pain. Bitterness and pain we can work with. Bitterness and pain under the torture is genuinely understandable. I would be surprised and suspicious.
Know your duty.
If he didn't have those experiences. Make sure there's nothing else in this room. Okay, so let's take a look at this body glove. That's it? There's 25? What are you doing? 35 as a medium. What other light do we have? 20? 20? Can someone who's not psychic wear it? Yes. Okay. These are both 25s, so that can go to cargo. On the hilt to the sword, and on a hit, this sword attack inflicts the disturbed effect on a target for 2 rounds. If the target attack is already suffering from disturbed effect, the attack deals an additional 10 damage to the target, which brings it 17 to 22. Okay, most warriors. Interesting. Okay, so you talk to me. I want to see this. What is disturbed? It's 10 to penalty, fellowship, and willpower. We'll leave it be, I guess. 8 to 16, 7 to 12. Increases movement points by +6, grants 2 charges of slash until the next turn. Let's give you that. Let's give you that. You. Give you one of those. You're always going to use your powers. Give you another fire grenade. Who's not wearing a cape? Everybody's wearing a cape. And you're only useful on Abelard. Okay, so we got 7 to 9, 8 to 12, 8 to 13, 6 to 10, but it causes bleeding. 7 to 12 causes disturbed. Crimson Rage. Death Cult, you get more stuff with it. I don't think we're getting any more Death Cults, though. Add to cargo. Six to 11. Nine to 11. 6 to 11. And to cargo. And to cargo. Stolen autocannon. I don't think we're going to actually use this. And these all do something. Which one would I rather have? 9, 11, and 30? 6 and 11 and 20. Okay. And everything's explored. We are good. The rebellion has been crushed. I have news of your lord. He anxiously pitches forward. Is Lord Winterscale alive? Is he all right? He's safe and in one piece. I shall receive him as a guest on my ship, so ready your shuttle. We're gonna go with this one. He's alive but badly wounded. Help my people get him to my ship. Glimmer of panic on the pilot's gaze, but she quickly pulls herself together. It will be done immediately. Thank you for letting me know, your lordship. Cool.
The Divine watches over us.
Cool. Let's get out of here. Now, when we're on our ship, I wonder if he's actually going to be on our ship. I wonder why there's still a question mark here. Interesting. We can't talk to them and be like, hey, buds, check it out. We got your homies. No? Okay. I don't want to give up stuff to them yet because I want to see what the other factions have first. Let's go do our prayer. Go do our meditations. Okay, so he is not on the bridge, wherever he's at. Let's go to the shrine.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Pray. You know, we haven't been to the chapel in a little bit. I'm curious if there's anything else there. Because surely it's not just hey, cool, here's this little place. And no interactions other than the little side quest that makes us talk to the dude. For the confessions. Right? Protect us from the machine spirit's unrest. Without his gifts and sacrifices are fruitless. You can barely hear the voice of the young astropath standing very still next to the bulky mechanism, his face frozen in the mask of despair. His anemic hands are pressed to his chest, clutching crumpled strips of thick paper. He hears your approach and composes himself. The engine seer, his head lowered, does not so much as glance in your direction. With his hands folded underneath his robe, he makes a barely audible, unpleasant sound, a prayer. Techna linguana, or lingua. Alright. What is going on here? The sacred compiler is ailing, your lordship. A gloom has come over the machine spirit, and they are disrupting the mechanism's operation. The 12th row of the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. The man shows a stack of paper that notice at once that the rows are squiggly lines in each, as well at the end of the same glyph. We summon the servants of the Omnissiah, but the machine spirit is none too eager to heed their prayers. The esteemed engine seer is in a state of tech prayer trance and hasn't moved from the spot for a day now. He shrinks his head into his shoulders timidly. I had the audacity to think that the sacred compiler would be better helped by explaining its parts, but who am I? to question the secret knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Unit Sigma AR-87 is currently in the tech trance shared comprehension with the spirit of the Archaeotech device cataloged under the name Stream Spindle. Disturbing the unit is not recommended. Pascal falls silent for a few seconds. However, a preliminary diagnosis has revealed several algorithmic faults that are in conflict with the sacred mechanism's processes. A practical intervention into certain cycles will likely aid in the release of the accumulated burden. Why such a trifle of an error? How did this happen? Let us see if there's any way we can help. Let's see if there's any way we can help. This is really final in terms of biology. Most of the meetings are unknown images.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Causing terrible.
Operation.
The enormous reels of paper containing unprocessed documented blessed paper. Cogs?
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
God grants me insight. My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Once cleaning out the can of wax is spread to the inners. Okay, so is that it? Nope, there's another one right here.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Okay, so it looks like we... Nope, there's another one.
Operation successful.
Let's just have Pascal walk around everything, huh? Oh, yeah. And that one burns out.
Activating motive force reserves.
Your lordship, the Astropath smiles sky awkwardly. The sacred mechanism is working again with no disruptions. With trembling hand, the psyker hands you a strip of paper with smooth rows, etched characters, and this time containing no errors. The engineer rises proudly to his feet and says in low Gothic, a language that is clearly has not had much practice in. With sacred words and virtuous thoughts turned toward the machine god, I have been able to pacify the mechanism's wayward spirit. The Omnissiah be blessed. And say rather it was my efforts that helped my stream. How lucky we were that the venerable tech priest is so pious and wise. So what's now? I would recommend installing 2 incense burning in the unit compartment and prevent the spirit's continued anger. The unit Zachary Wise will be provided with a list of minor recommendations, 142 in total, for improvement in the compartment's maintenance. Failure to implement them may result in sanctions on part of the Adeptus Mechanicus priesthood. Your Lordship, I have something for you. The choir must hand you a sheet of paper with uniform lines machine etched into it. Thank you for your assistance in repairing the compiler. We have been able to interpret a most curious message. It contains the call sign of the agents of the Renegade used, and especially their important reports. Ah. When was it sent? I cannot say with certainty, Your Lordship. Following the repair work, I went through the text and that had defied decoding before. The signal was lost in its ways to the bowels of the mechanism. It could be a week old or years. Could it be a message from him? It is more likely he isn't the intended Okay. He is the intended recipient of this message. Only a few words. Lila Medei Odeathis 11. The winds have ceased. It's done now. Now Lila Medei is Voigtver's call sign for special reports, but the rest of the code we are unfamiliar with. That said, we know where to look for the truth. This system. Okay, I have no doubt of that. I have witnessed the death of one of your astropaths. Yep, and it's because of the Great Maw thing. Who are you? How did you like serving? Yeah, we did all these before. Cool. So all of this has been fixed. We're all squared away.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
There's no one else to talk to.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Okay, there is nothing else.
Know your duty.
We're good. I don't think there's anything else in the freight line, but let's go take a gander real quick. Pull up the map and just take a cursory look there. I'm not gonna lie, it'd be kind of cool if you could like actually go back to the Blood Spinner Temple. Alright, let's talk to him. I'm hoping the bay does not cause you any inconvenience. Okay. I don't see anything new on the map.
Watches over us.
Okay, let's get out of here. Go to my quarters. Nope, everything is good. Cool. All right. I guess let's just go on the start. I guess even though we invited him on the ship, we still can't actually interact with him, including the pirates that we brought on the ship. We can't interact with them either. Okay, so that's dealt with. That's dealt with. Only one thing left. We'll cover the landing area, your lordship. Okay, so forward up the stairs is the way we're intended to go. But I saw on the map there's a goods back here.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
As it should be.
So those are the dead guys those are the troops that the governor had sent to protect them. Actually, before we deal with this, so we can't go there yet. We're here. We're here. We're about to pick up this dude, and that's already been dealt with. And I wish that we didn't have to go back to the void ship. I wish we could just like... Oh, we can. Cool. I want to go see if there's like a dialogue choice or anything with the governor or with the Arbites about Lord Winterscale that we found.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Nope, I can't talk to him. Unit Courts request permission to transfer information of the rogue possessor, supreme degree power, the potential influence of current leadership, the ability to restore order to the Reichhausen. Permission to transfer information granted. What do you wish to tell me? Haphazard and careless discretion on the part of Reichhard Minoris governor has led to unacceptable consequences. Communications of the Adeptus Mechanicus Sanctum has been lost. Troops have been sent to the hollowed electrodynamic synorbium without delay, restoring communications with the electro priests and ensuring the sanctum's security are our top priorities. You are the head of a rogue trader dynasty. Your position enables you to exert influence. The tech priest pauses for a moment and pressure subjects of the Imperium. Unit Quartz Cram requests assistance. The actions of Governor Faisal Rakid Abmadea Afkonis must be influenced. Demand the troops be sent to the Holy Monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I observe that his world's authorities lack diligence to perform their duties. This statement is true. United in their denunciations and brimming with righteous criticism, the pair in red exchange nods. And what will I get for my help? Awareness of the fact that the rogue trader did not stand aside has influenced the future of the Hallowed, including possible rescue of the most holy Electro Priests. Unit can't promise anything more. Alright, we'll discuss with the governor. Hey, we can buy more things now. You know, I don't need to have flamer weapons because I have grenades. Which means I can just actually go with another weapon system. It's an interesting thought. Interesting thought indeed. Modified last weapon. Tech Priest Quartz Kime claims you have not been doing enough to ensure the safety of the Adeptus Mechanicus Monastery. With a heavy sigh, the governor wearily covers his face with his hand. Of course he does. The Tech Priest is very insistent. I ordered a squad dispatched to the Holy Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They haven't been heard yet, and I'm afraid this is all I can do under the present circumstances. I don't have a singular soldier to spare in the capital. You have run and gun. The wearer deals 5% damage, period. And 5% critical chance to single shot and dead eye shots, which is exactly what you're fucking doing. But what does these gloves do? When the wearer uses run and gun, they gain +2 damage on their range attacks. I would rather just have flat out 5% damage. Gosh darn it, I think I'm going to end up fucking changing that again. No. Well. Well, let's see. What are you doing? 15%, 8 and 12 and 6. And you... 10%, 6 and 8. But 5. But a -30 to damage to dodge reduction. What's your armor pen? 10? You're 30. And flamers are what? 5. Leave it alone.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Leave it the fuck alone. Okay.
Know
Let's
your
go.
duty.
I should have went laser. Is it going to cost me anything to respec that character again? To go laser? Because the Drukhari weapons, which are arguably fucking better, are classified as laser. If it doesn't cost me a profit factor, yes. It does not cost me a profit factor. Is there anyone else that needs to be redone? No, just me. Psycho Minoris. Willpower. Stabilizing factor. Pain channeling. Willpower. Pyromancy. If I go that way, right, what do you give me? Until the end of combat, the weapon in the Psyker's hand is replaced by a sword made of sheer will. Shield of the Emperor. Until the Psyker's next turn, increase the armor and deflection. Purge the soul. No. Pyromancy. Well, actually, we need, for sure, melting armor. For sure. And we're going to go with commerce. And we are going to go with weapon skill. What am I wanting to use? It's laser and Drukhari. So let's go ahead and give us laser. Orchestra flames. Calculated relations. I'd rather not be hit at all. We don't need... I might do dual weapon, but we'll have to see. I am the warp expert, so I do need to have that. Let's go with ballistics. Psychic Majoris. Complete. Which then changes our weapon to that. Okay. Okay, we are good. This is honestly looking like it might be getting towards the end of this region, and might be able to move on. Because we've got our navigator, we've got our engines here prime, we've got the crew replaced, right? We just need to find the interrogator.
The Divine watches over us.
We didn't do our absolution in our quarters.
Guide my strikes true against the heretics
If
who
I
have
have to
encroached
drop
upon
anybody.
these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like a supernova.
If I have to drop anybody, who are we dropping? If we have to take the interrogator. Man, I would much rather not take the interrogator if I don't have to.
I will cast you into eternal darkness.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, eradicated. Each strike is a prayer.
No matter what, I can't get an angle on that one.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the...
May the Divine's will be done. Actions will let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
What a disappointing place to actually use it.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
And there he is. There's the
I'm not
interrogator.
satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance and a supernatural chill. He's making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a vox hang from his belt. The emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Kneel and repent of your heresy before the rogue traitor, filthy sorcerer, and I might spare your life. You know, it's probably not the way to talk to a fucking Inquisitor. And like, the Emperor protects.
And in this, we must be like him. My greetings to you, fellow servant of the Master of Mankind. I am Interrogator Heinrichs van Kallox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
So now we know what Ordo, this Inquisition, he's the assistant. He's the interrogator for an actual Inquisitor that's here. But now we know they're here for the Order of Xenos. So, which means they're not here for the cultists. They're not here for the chaos stuff. They just happen to be here, and this happens to be taking place. But that's not what brought them here. Which leads me to believe they're here because of the Drukhari. Because we did see them. Well, we saw their ship. Alright, so Rogue Trader Scare von Valancius.
Von Valancius?
Ooh, I said it
To
right.
the best of my
I
knowledge,
said it right.
that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
I see you take no end of pleasure in your job. I barely introduced myself and you're already gilded. Can this conversation wait for a better time? I am here for lording on the Inquisitors to see his acolyte safely and a timely arrival at Footfall. Theodora is dead, slain in battle by the enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of Rogue Trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I'm here to collect you I am under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to Footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Okay.
Starting with her. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires.
Oh, he likes the Death Cultist. Nice.
I am the Domin's shadow. If he says the word, I will protect you. If he says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
Hell yeah. I like her.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You're addressing a rogue trader.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You're familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the Final Dawn, and the especial efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the Holy Power Source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted Final Dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
The tech priest visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. A soft hum and of some activating systems is heard from under his robes. As Henriks von Kollux speaks, you suddenly notice the way he is looking at you with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he is peering into your soul. A soul that is touched by the gift of sorcery. The change in your expression does not escape the interrogator's notice, and you see the corner of his mouth twitch. He must have instantly recognized a fellow psyker. The wretched planet's troubles are none of my concern. I'm taking the ship now. We're not fucking ordering him anything. Point to the corpse. We don't care. Precisely, what are you doing them? Nope, we don't care. Let's go with the I can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base.
Yeah.
I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Alright, so I think we're gonna send Abelard back to the ship. Because Pascal has to be here. And Henriks has to be here. Cassie is too powerful to not bring with us, and she counters my psychic powers. Argenta is literally our only armed person, and Cabela can do more damage than Arbelan's capable of doing. So, let's get old boy leveled up, shall we? You're only 2 in? No shit. Alrighty then, what do you got? You've got... And ooh, you have the endure option. Yeah. Endure. You can endure, which means I can give you that. Now, let's talk about what you do. You've got the Biomancer. Cool. You've got a Force Sword. And you've got an Auto Pistol. Well, let's make some adjustments. First things first. Give you some warp knowledge. Let's give you some grenades. You're wearing what kind of armor? Medium. 25 is what you're offering, but I can give you 35 with the same Actually, let's give you that. And actually, you're a psychic. Let's give you that. And we can add that to cargo. Alright, so now that we've done that, Force Sword, let's actually read this. See what it does. 711, 25 armor pen, which is cool. The sword deals psi rating damage. And you're at a 0, so that'll be increasing. Most warriors yeah. Okay, so you increase damage based on your psi rating. So let's hold off before replacing that. Your pistol, on the other hand, is a fucking problem. I don't like your pistol. So what are we going to give you? Let's give you Faux Hammer. And that trash can go to the cargo. Now, am I likely to change that? Quite possibly. No, I'm not, actually. Huh? Unquenchable Fury might do it. But let's get you leveled up first, big dog. Let's take a look at what we're actually doing here. You got a 70 in dodge. You've got a 70 in parry. Your weapon skill's at 40. Where's your strength? At 40. Okay. Let's get you leveled. Now. Psychic Minoris. I kind of dig the interrogator, though. Having him along might actually help. Alright, let's keep you with us for now. Shield of the Emperor. Telepathy. Restore 7 wounds to a target if the ability brings the target to full wounds. The power also removes stun being... Yep. No shit, I could... Irritates me that I messed that up. You're the Order of the Xenos. You should be fucking high in Xenos, but... And what is this based on? Nothing. There is nothing that's going to increase that. Okay. Cabela's at... Actually... Nope, I need you to have Xenos be high. Weapon skill. Your weapon skill needs to be on point. So the Hatred, Eternal Edge. Enemies adjacent to the Psyker. So for 10% more. You know, Psyker's armor increased by 5%. This bonus increases 5% at the start of every round except for the first. There was another one that I was just looking at. It was like the Edge or some shit like that, right? Enemies suffer a -10 penalty of their hit chance for ranged attacks, including ramming speed. It's Edge of Dawn. Adjacent to the Psyker. Because, I mean, if we're keeping him in melee, right? Gains 4 movement points for each kill and may use their movement points after attacking or using abilities. Yes. Let's go back down here. All Psykers' attacks, including attacking with psychic powers, now poison the enemy. Yeah. Let's give you some strength. And is affected by the word of the Emperor increased. Until the end of combat, all targets within an area suffer -8 penalty to... Yep. The Psychic rating is increased until 1 every time. By 1. I mean... First time momentum, Psychic turn gains +5 to all characteristics and deflection, and 1 to damage that the Psyker deals. Eternal Glory song. Dude, this dude is just like so fucking stacked. I haven't even been able to get down here to actually give him other things like swift movement. Because I use the heroic axe. Give him strength. And give you the athletics. Man, this dude is like really fucking good. Do you have charge? By 3. Okay, give him Eternal Glory because that's just too damn good to pass up. I mean, hot damn. Psyker Majoris. Because now, what does that force sword do? Plus 2 damage. So that's 9 to 13. Which is now beating that. I literally couldn't do anything else with this dude just because, like, he kept getting shit that was so damn good. And that doesn't help you. That doesn't like, these two things don't help you at all. I would rather you have armor. He is, like, really fucking good. I wasn't expecting that. It's also the first force weapon that I've seen that actually has an impact from your psi rating, though. Deals warp damage. She's not dealing warp damage. Make sure we're not missing anything else that I could throw in there for amulet reasons or purposes. Yeah, no, okay. So let's check formation. That Arbiter has shown up twice.
Let the faith guides my path to glory.
I have a feeling that he's going to be recruitable.
The machine god grants me insight.
Okay, so we can... give that to ourselves. +5 armor against human enemies. And you're doing a 20% damage reduction. No, that can go to cargo. That's not good enough. I think I'm going to put this away too, because, like, immunity from crits. I'm not really getting hit with crits. We'll hold on to that. I don't think we're going to be able to use that, though. I'm actually glad I sent Arborlid away because I didn't realize... I thought he was just going to be a standard psyker and have to run him as, like, a standard psyker. I didn't realize he was going to be a melee psyker.
Know your duty.
My Auspex records your wickedness.
I serve the ruin of powers!
Your Emperor
My
won't
faith
save you!
strengthens me. Follow my lead. Get to the heretics!
Scorn the pain.
I shall not come. The other side awaits. Trust me.
Oh,
I am
Gotcha,
his
bitch.
will made manifest. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless. Each strike is a prayer.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Be gone.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
I bring mercy and retribution.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
I wonder why that dude's just fucking hiding down there.
Get me a target.
Can I hit you from here? I
I
can.
am but
Cool.
a vessel for the higher purpose.
Eradicated.
I
Let us
feel
walk
nothing.
this path.
Praise me.
My heart still beats.
There.
Operation successful.
That was a problem for you.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Okay. Are you
Focus,
kidding?
Van Kellogg's.
Will you
Focus.
fucking stop hitting me with electricity? Jesus Christ.
My faith is my shield.
Hey,
The
you
web serves.
are gonna have to do so much healing right now.
This goes against the tenets. There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
I needed that.
Your time has not yet come.
You have my thanks.
There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
Your assistance is much appreciated.
Your time has not yet come.
I needed that.
Do you think my body was suffering? You cannot trick death. It will claim me one day. Do you think my body was suffering? I will mend the thread between body and soul.
Your aid will not
Your
be
time has
forgotten.
not yet come.
Even in the darkest moments, there is hope.
There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
With you
Damn.
at my side,
I somehow got
victory is within our grasp.
crazy permanent injuries. Man, that's some fucking bullshit.
I will mend the thread between body and soul.
Injuries will not slow
Your
me.
time has not yet come.
Blessed be the hand
I will
of the
mend
healer.
the thread between body and soul.
House Orselio thanks you.
There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
Integrity factor increased.
I hate the forced fucking injury thing. That really sucks.
My house would be proud of me.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
So we can't turn the electricity thing off. We just gotta eat the damage and be permanently injured until we get back on the ship, huh? Okay, sure. A crowd of cultists surrounded a tech priest crucified upon a mechanism, and a rhythmic whisper repeated by hundreds of voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. A powerful discharge of the motive force runs through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse and brutally force woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling in the clenched claws of the stagnation in the shackles of iteration 0 under the iron wig. Let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I am registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Armanant has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Look around the hall. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they are focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priests and do not notice you. We must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. Megan points to the corpses of the heretics laying nearby. We are use the blasphemous clothes and disguise unrecognizable. We can sabotage the power units and overloading them, and thus cleansing the Hall of Heretics. The lightning discharges have charged the cultist corpse, which the smoke from their eye sockets and the contents of have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in blood of the innocent, and are crudely painted with symbols of the arch enemy, which exclude repulsive air of decay. I shudder at the disgust of mere thought of having to touch the clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step towards falling. A small compromise with evil will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, rogue trader? The signs of the arch enemy are not just painted symbols, but are conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coat of arms, even deceitfully worn, all increase the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draw a corrupting attention to you. Without looking, with a look of revulsion, Cabela picks up one of the rags at the tip of her blade. Nothing but your word, Dominus Scare, can make me don this filth. Once we are done, I will scrape my skin clean with a metal brush and bathe in caustic lye. He stares in horror at the corrupt clothes and scattered human ashes. Do not make me. I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor to the Golden Throne. Yeah, let's go with that one. So be it.
Grovel before the faithful.
Come to chaos! Out of my way! Chaos
20.
guides me.
I guess somebody died. Oh, nope, 27.
I serve the ruinous powers!
But of course, Lord Captain.
The Emperor is on our side.
There's 2 down.
I won't object to it.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Power resides in the will of the righteous. Doubtless for each strike is a prayer. Eradicated. Faith without deeds is worthless. Guided by faith!
Well, let me see something here. Nope. Yep, nope. I can't hit him from here to make it meaningful.
As the Emperor... I'll do it.
Out of my way!
Damage is negligible.
Ah! Chaos guides me. Death to non-believers!
They're all clustering.
Weapon at the ready.
Oh, this is so good. They're all clustering. Yous all are gonna have a really, really fucked up day. It's gonna be fantastic.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Death is a blessing. I am your blade and shield. As honor ordained. 1 foe or 100, I will kill them all. The shadows will come. The other side awaits. Death is a blessing. I cannot serve you in this way. Come, the other side awaits. As honor ordained, death is a blessing.
Dude. She is just slaughtering shit. This is so fantastic.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Nope. That's all I can do for now with her. They're just outside of my reach.
And so shall it be done.
Well, that's 2 of them. Oh, they are so lucky they are outside of my reach, too.
Another foe painted black.
Advancing. My vow is to serve. The scriptural protocol finds the memory of this. Let the cycle be discontinued.
Oh. I don't know. I thought we were doing pretty damn good against them. Damn, especially that Blade Dancer, man. She just fucking kicks so much goddamn ass. That was so amazing. She was crazy effective.
The machine god grants me insight.
In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. Tech priest's body convulses. Pain, plaintive creaks, and binaric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something is twisted and wrong were being added. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Armanant. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Examine the tech priest. There are deep burns all over his flesh. The skin around his augments are charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron. He's dead. Forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It's amazing how robust the tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life within his grievously wounded body. Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? The fire of the hearth sent forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Hanum. The priest looks over Pascal for a brief moment and speech becomes clearer. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? What is it you Was it you who summoned me to Rykod Minoris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he is saying. Ask him about the armament. We are here for him because of him, after all. No. The tech priest's weak voice grows stronger. He came because of himself. Myself? To redeem myself? To correct a mistake? Possibly. But how do you... There is a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. What design? An intention, both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension. A plan written in the righteous, so that the righteous may follow, and trust in the great pattern of the revelation and the uniform progression towards it. Pascal's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. I have not heard them in a very long time. All right. A cold premonition rakes his heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening, brother. I do not wish to gaze into them. We are a flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and the sacred unguents staining his sleeves. His vox rasps soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Do you know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. How did you kill these heretics? What technology did you use? Existence has worn thin and threadbare. Eschatos has discontinued the cycle. Eschatos. The word does not appear in my catalog, but I am aware of its existence. Perhaps it sounded in the Blessed Armament's sermons. I must consult my notes. Try to take down the priest's crucified machine. As soon as you touch the priest's battered flesh, he shifts in his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive in the darkness. I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden. A blast of motive force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Malformed by neric cold, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the Electro Priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with door hymns of containment area. I note with great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by the corruption. He is in the grip of schismatical, a unholy imitation of machine spirit. I request immediate activation of Technoscrism protocol. Kabbalah gives Pascal a long look, her eyebrow raised in a silent question. Pascal responds with the equally long silence, then creaks. Thank you for your cooperation. Request denied. The catechism demands that the act be performed by an authorized unit. So we got to kill him. Grant the Emperor's peace to the tech priest and let the taint be eradicated. As mingled as it is, the Tech's priest body still clings to life. It takes several blows to end the corruption's tainted existence, but even after that, the repulsive giggle is heard over the static from his vox. Pascal's mechadendrite touches the dead man's head carefully and then grips his neural augment claw and extracts from its socket with utmost care. The skull bone cracks dryly and the brain matter taints the sacred metal. Rest in purity, Tech brother. The knowledge you have attained through your efforts will be preserved and purified. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands pious mind to strive towards uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand the connection to the servant machine god. I request that the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion I can offer to fulfill the duties of the engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Okay, let's make sure we're not missing anything. Cool. Nothing showing up on the map.
The divine
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
The circular cogitator, that must be the Electropiece hiding place, must be nearby. The machine altar. Tricked. Where's? Yep. And there's the door.
With each step,
Save
I
game.
forge my destiny among the stars.
Dar Impulse 6. A shortish, muscular man wearing scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps in your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his prosperity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger. But right now, he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns and electric tattoos, or electus, show through his oddly bluish tinted skin. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes, and yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of its faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Make the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects. The man responds curtly as if giving a military command. The Omnissiah knows all and comprehends all. The hollowed electrodynamic cenobium receives you, pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse 6, a servant of the motive force, praetor electrode of the sacred monastery. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A thrill binaric signal comes from his vox, which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture and blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of praetor electrode is a sign of high standing within the electro-priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor." Praetor electrode looks at Kibala and gives a dignified nod. "You have brought an assassin. Good. She will find much work here. Are you ready for new toils, blessed slayer?" "Always. Can it be any other way?" Dar Impulse 6. It was you, was it not, that Logis Abel came seeking interpretation for his data trance? Yes. Tech Brother Abel arrived here, engaged in magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretics' machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logis volunteered to help in defending the monastery, but contact with him is lost soon afterwards. Logis Abel is dead. Sad news indeed. Tech Brother Abel was chosen by the Omnissiah to be a comprehender of great mysteries. May his spirit's motive force come into being anew in the fount of the miraculous fusion reactor. What happened here and how did you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon the Scareborne, we gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under their mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defender's sparks of purity. It was then I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chamber. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in serendipitous ways. Surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brother's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead of us. I must commend the skill of which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a tinge in wounded pride in Henrik's words, as if he was upset about failing to discover the Electro Priest's shelter. Your choice in tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in a massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the ark wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies, so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Rykod Minoris may perish in the font of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemer enters. The Praetor Electrode nods towards the entrance of his comrades. The holy place will be protected against the sacrilegious practices, I swear it. In the monastery, I was attacked by people who looked like electro priests. My enforcers and the governor's guard can help you reclaim the monastery. No, because it's sacred. You made the right decision. A true person of faith would never have hidden. No, the interrogator already gave his blessing and permission, or approval. Let's go, let's offer it. They're still going to tell us no, though. Yep, I was right. I cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only a select few are allowed to behold the ark and the relic within. You and your retinue of pilgrims of a special status bestowed by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omnissiah cross the monastery's threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death. Confirmed. The presence of lay people in the monastery grounds without the Praetor Electrode's blessing would be regarded as sacrilegious, a violation of the Holy Rite operation. Henrik opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quietly clears his throat instead. Cassia nods thoughtfully. Yes, I see how House Orsilio follows the same rules when it comes to outsiders. Alright, say nothing. The Praetor Electrode 2 falls sorrowfully silent. I wish to get to the Holy Reactor. The time has come to prove your loyalty to the Omnissiah, Praetor. In the name of the God of humanity, and to strengthen my numbers and the faithful eager to fulfill their duty, so that they may help me punish the blasphemers. The Praetor stays silent for a long time and lets deep sigh. Thank you, Pilgrim, for reminding me of my duty to humanity. I will send the Cenobiom's warriors to your aid, and if that is what his warriors want to do, Dogmatic. Oh, we get 2 of them. Okay, what's this? Praetor's aid. Make sure we're not missing. Nope, there is something right there.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Save game. Let's do it. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask. Yet the voice pouring beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber brass of a void wolf, a border of ships. How predictable your path is, how static, all possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here in a fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. The woman turns the master Pascal and gloats. You've arrived just in time, little cog. The schismaticals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. Pascal's vox rasps musingly. A cog. I cannot comprehend what apostates try to insult me by comparing me to a sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like crimson herald of bloodshed. Like a crimson herald of bloodshed. And his drilling mechadendrites whirl viciously as he readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust I will build order. Step away from the sacred reactor. I might. Okay, silence, heretic. Your crazed preaching will not touch my mind. Do you cling to your blindness so desperately? Do you think it will protect you from the blinding radiance of the truth? The woman's face breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre. A martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the first of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant to what is come, or a corpse. Henrix, I would take the time to wrest from you the details of your future, the cult prophecies. Hopefully, when we're done, what's left of you will be capable of coherent speech. Argenta, what you'll be is a living torch blazing for his glory. Argenta's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true. Cassia. Ah! Cassia squints and looks away. Yellow, reds, violets, oranges, blues, wild colors scorching her eyes. But where the motley mask ends, there is nothing but colorless void remains. And we're not going to bother talking, and then we're just going to attack. Dogmatic attack. In the name of the God Emperor, die, you foul creature. Execute them in the name of the Edge of Daybreak. The Electro Priests rip their heads off. The Electro Priests rip their heads off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierced them. As the schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with motive force radiance, and all unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aura begins muttering an unholy litany of broken Gothic. Willpower test succeeded. Nice. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name of the heretic keeps repeating. Edge of Daybreak digs into your hearing like a blade in defenseless flesh. Its sounds almost like physical pain. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind. Is she gonna summon demons?
The impure cannot escape their fate.
Surrender to the dark powers! I serve the ruinous powers.
Oh! They already killed one of theirs. Nice.
I need a foothold. I'm done with this one. Let's see to it. Be gone. For the throne's glory.
Running by near a right to post-mortem servitorization. Denied.
I shall not succumb. The other side awaits.
Okay, so she's just gonna have to sit there for now. He can take that damage because he's got temporary hits.
Me? Now you're clad in scarlet.
As the Emperor, each strike is a prayer. Faith without deeds is worthless. Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor... In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Nope, we're good.
throne take you.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
They are so lucky they are so far away.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Eradicated.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
They're just so damn far away.
I'm not accustomed. Try to die with grace, at least.
Your reckoning is due.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Death comes in silence. As the tenets demand. Killing brings me no pleasure. I will leave footprints of scarlet.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
My enemies will be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Damn. I didn't realize I could do that.
I am your blade and shield.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Okay. And that.
Your end is nigh.
I can't hit him from here.
But of course, I'm done with this one. More trouble than it's worth.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Okay, enough. Now, an aged, rattling voice speaks to you from behind the blood-stained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of a final dawn. That means existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too. A blinding voltic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes Aurora's uncanny mask. The metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultists collapse. The light is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You will pay for this. You will. You. The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt and then concludes dryly, confirming purgation and termination. Henrix grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. The motley hues have rejected her, leaving only grayish-green thread, the noose that the heretic put around her own neck. I have seen this many times before. No one can escape fear itself. Henrix leans over Aurora's body, approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please, Scare. I'll need no more than a minute. Inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and toward the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be a lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with strange adornment resembling an eye covered with scaled lid. What remains of the blade is a bluish sheen to it, the same tint as Kunrad's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. There is no human-made object. It is grown from wraithbone, a material favored by the Eldari. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together as individual words are distorted as though they are mocking you. Attempts to grasp its meaning. The nagging whispers is like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw upon your mind. We'll go with the dogmatic. Henrix, take a look over here. Is this by any chance what you're looking for? Raises his head and gets up with a wry face and carefully examines what this unholy object is the work of inhuman hands. And judging by the cold, I am sensing it's a tool of the arch enemy. I am most grateful for your vigilance, Scare. Henrix takes the strange shard out of the control panel and studies it for a few seconds, curious. Henrix stows the corrupted object away and turns to you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Ordis, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from your requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I am ready to come aboard your ship and head to Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you don't have other business in the system, in which case I'm prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Let's remove her mask. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars, but after peering in at it, there's no longer any necessary. You wonder if for a moment you saw something move. Let's finish cleansing the monastery. Pascal, executing. Let the Omnissiah given motive force flow through the obstacles in its path be eradicated. I hope they let me loot everybody first. All attacks of opportunity do deal 2. A glass prism crafted by the cultists of a final dawn. It belonged to the leader Aurora. If you look through it long enough, visions. Let's collect it. Collect it.
Know your duty.
Okay, that does appear to be everything in here. And both of the Electro Priests survived.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I kind of want to give him a shield. Kind of want to keep bringing him with us and give him a shield. Okay, I guess that's it. Right?
land by the blood of martyrs.
Let's go get our prayers and such, and then return to the bunker. Or not.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time. Thanks to you, I have succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Rycat. There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
I wouldn't trust anything the Inquisition gives me. Be honest, Van Calux, is this some kind of tracking device?
Certainly not. The Elucidator is such a rare and complex creation of the Omnissiah that neither I nor any of my colleagues would dream of compromising its integrity. If you wish, have your tech priests confirm that there are no listening devices inside.
What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I'm aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal. It all depends on the electro-priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
Henrix is about to say something else when he is interrupted by a Vox signal. Someone is trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Congratulations on your victory, Lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny, spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speaks of nothing else. Governor Medea is expecting you in his command center to discuss matters. We are ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. I wasn't done talking to Hendrix. Can I give him this thing? Scare, is this a matter of terrible urgency or an exacerbated expression crosses Henrik's face when he sees you relaxing the water? Or did you simply call me in here for your own amusement? On second thought, don't answer. I think I've assessed the situation myself. I suppose you desire entertainment. Very well. I will give you something to occupy your time. A simple game of intellect that is often played in our conclave. I will give you a fact about my life, and you'll have to discern whether it's a truth or a lie. Shall we begin? I betrayed my family and caused the death of innocent people. I was never held accountable for my actions. Awareness test succeeded. The corners of Henrik's mouth twitched slightly. His hands tense and breathing is quickened. The interrogator's behavior suggests that he is lying. Let's use the logic. Review your assumptions. Henrix is an experienced interrogator and a biomancer. This is just a trick. He is too skilled to give himself away through body language. The real trap lies in the way he phrased the rules. He wants you to think that only two answers exist, but what if there's a third option? What if the statement is both true and false? Let's go with the top one. You have not told the lie, but you have failed to tell the whole truth. The claims sound shocking because you have presented them without context. Impressive, Scare. I once belonged to the House of Imperial Knight Pilots. No shit. My younger sister wanted a coat of arms like the ones that adorn the halls of the mighty machines. So one day I stole a cutter and used it to remove the coat of arms from my uncle's knight. There was a scandal, and the next morning someone had defaced the sacred machine inside our residence. I was soon discovered. My uncle, kind as always, named me a traitor to the family and demanded my execution. In the end, however, I was merely reprimanded, and the guards in charge of watching the night were executed instead. I hope you have enjoyed our game together, Scare, but I now must return to my duties. That's cool. I didn't know he was part of that. That's good to know. Well, good to know might be the wrong term there. Cool to know might be a better, more accurate term. Interesting. Interesting and cool. Yeah. Don't want to go to the actual fucking bridge, though. I want to go to the other places. Actually, can I give you this, dude? I know nothing about you, Timmy. Have you served? What? Okay, so I can't give it to him yet. Let's go get our... That was the handle. We had the blade. So is it we're gonna make a whole ass sword if you were a heretic? I wonder if that's what would happen.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Okay, so we got the blessing. Let's go put this shard back away. If I can't give it to him right now, maybe I can't give it to him at all. wish I could put this in there, though. Is your intelligence below 35? It is. So I can give you this. And I can give you this. Okay. Actually, you, bud, can actually wear these. Because of that, Axe of Opportunity deal an additional 3 damage, yep. Alright, let's go back and talk to him some more.
To what do I owe this visit?
I know nothing about you, Henrix. Can you tell me about yourself?
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn 3. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained, and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
How did you discover your abilities?
Like many psychers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
Ooh. I expected a more dramatic story. I don't know what I'm surprised by, the absurdity of the story, or the fact that you're capable of such a show of emotion.
If I were to summon a demon or rain down fire on everyone's heads, we wouldn't be standing here talking right now. However, I took the life of a family member. In my opinion, that is more than enough drama. No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne. Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space.
You visited many worlds in your service, I wager.
Indeed. I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the archenemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of holy terror, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the segment's other worlds. You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you? Gladly.
No, he doesn't really have anything interesting to add or say. All right. And there was no unique, like, psyker to psyker dialogue there between me and him. All right, to the bunker. Weapon of mass destruction. Sniper. Tech. Close quarter slaughter. Replaceable. Okay with him currently, but replaceable. Being a biomancer, though, like...
Let us walk this path to the end.
Greetings, your lordship, says the governor with the dismal voice. Yep. Master Van Palox, it pleases me to see you in good health. I hope that you accomplished what you intended to at the electrodynamic cenobiome. Interrogator nods without saying a word. Not surprisingly, my symptoms worsened. Do we have Theraflu? Daytime Theraflu? After an uncomfortably long pause, Meredith clears his throat and quickly turns to you. I can't express how grateful I am for your help, and now that the insidious heretics' designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plans or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of the revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class Voidfarers to you. Their transfer to your ship will begin any minute now. Profit factor increased by 5. Cool. I would also like to salute you, the savior of Rykod Minoris, and you've already been given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We will mark your victory with an ancient custom of triumph. You will drive through the city streets accompanied by an honor guard, by a guard of honor, as befits a hero who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies, while the trophies will be displayed on the jubilant crowds. Let me know once you've concluded your business in the system and are ready for the triumph to begin. In regards to your own participation in the triumph, Governor, you will accompany us in the starport and provide the timely answers to any questions that may occur to me as I inspect the terminal there. That being said, you should appear before your subject at least once at the end of the ceremony. Doing so will help maintain order. There is no reason to let your people know that your world may soon be in change of leadership. We have other business. Starwall defense is no effective, but its effect is not triggered by the start of your next turn. Then gain. And you are what? Ceramite. Interesting. I really wish I could wear heavy armor. we do? I'll bring back around 17:45. Oh, you're working today. Damn. Then I'll see you at the starport. Your lordship, the master of ceremonies will organize the procession in a way that should allow me to share the ceremony's finale with you. And after that, Emperor willing, the protector will clear me of charges, and the woes of Rykard Minoris will be over at last.
Know your duty.
Your lordship, peerless Lord Van Valancius. I am the master of ceremonies of Rykard Minoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. Give the order. Of course, your lordship. Board the prepared vehicle. Okay.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Ooh, a Lehman Russ. They took out the sponson guns on the side there. And the one in the front. Make way, let us greet a hero. A small group of festively dressed people rushes towards you. Glory to the Van Valancius dynasty. Glory to Scare, the hero of Rykard Minoris. A stately, beautiful, and finely dressed woman calls you out your name in a sonorous voice. It isn't until you take a closer look at her face that you recognize her. Captain Raquel, the pilot you met on Rykard Philia. The grateful citizens wish to present you with gifts to their wish to present gifts to the Redeemer. The master of ceremony's sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment the gaze of Honora's dead, empty eye sockets are fixed upon your back of your head, and a thought surfaces to your mind. Not a voice inside your head, no, a mere thought. They are all going to die, befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth, and that is all because of you, enemy of mine. It's a pleasure to protect the Imperium's world and honest inhabitants. May the light of eternal stop the ceremony, take the people away. Something terrible is about to happen. Soldiers in the cordon exchange perplexed glance, but their trained discipline prevails, and they turn to the crowd and prepare to lead the crowd away. I am sensing something boundless, blue, golden, dark. A grimace contorts Hendrik's face. The interrogator lifts a hand to his temple, as though struck by a sudden migraine. What? Something is coming, Domin. An unholy death, contrary to his will. Cabela's eyes are blank as she digs steel claws into a unhealed wound. Behold, behold, the final dawn. There she is. Now the tank has sponsons. Damn, what did they hit the fucking tank with? And where are the Arbites? Oh, that's right there at the spaceport. Oh, there's Drukhari. Those are Drukhari.
Grovel before the faithful.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
Okay, so only you two are gonna go before me. So you... Well, let's see. What do I need her doing? He's good where he's at. You...
Your corrupt way has failed you.
Faith without deed, strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. I am his will made manifest. I'll do it. Eradicated. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor eradicated. I'll do it.
Be gone! I won't object to it.
Moving out! Death to the heretics! Death comes in silence, as honor ordained.
I am a navigator. Witness the fury of House Orcelio.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Request approved.
Out of my way! Onward!
Ooh. Nice.
Break their morale. Stay vigilant.
Got one of
Follow
them.
my lead.
There's the other one. You can't beat it. Comes on. Give me 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Even if the comm link stabilizes, which it won't. I just said we were en route. Pending appearance of a star from Vec. The comms fall silent. Many eyes stare at you. Alright, let's move out.
Suffering is part of the trial.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Alright, let's go. I wonder if we're going to have to fight our way there or if we're just going to be able to get there. Did you think you had one enemy of mine? You vanquished Twilight, you cut down Aurora, but she is only one of us, you hear me? From the depths of the dead stone, from his prison cold metal, he will rise, the hour is nigh.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
He shall rise from his
The
prison.
impure cannot escape their fate.
Let the blood flow!
The hour is nigh.
Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer. I'll do it.
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens. The Emperor commands!
Eradicate.
Chaos guides me.
I serve the ruinous powers.
The shadows will. Death is a blessing. Come, the other side awaits. Killing brings me no pleasure. Trust me.
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for another foe painted black?
on your doom.
My vow is to serve.
Hey. Can't do anything with the Psyker stuff right now.
No! Such is the will of chaos.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without none can escape the
Got him.
Emperor's judgment. Power resides in the will of the righteous. I'll do it. As the Emperor... I'll do it.
I cannot comply.
Damn. Just outside of my range.
As honor or death. Come, the other side awaits.
Me? Try to die with grace, at least.
Nice, 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 nice.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
For you, my Emperor!
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail!
Each strike is a prayer.
Complete. Outstanding.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Okay. We're good. We're in the clear. They are coming, one following in the other's footsteps. Aurora in the morning, the Aurora in the evening. To the starport.
If we manage to find an intact shuttle in this burning hellscape, it will be a miracle.
I am certain that...
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
William, you promise? That's Zinch.
Here we go.
Vengeance will be swift.
I shall not. Killing brings me no pleasure. Death is a blessing. As the tenets, killing brings me no pleasure. The shadows will see it.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor, each strike is a prayer. Thou 'tis for... I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Hold on. Out my way.
Come on.
Damage is negligible.
Now you got one of your own. Good job.
I am a navigator.
Running binary.
A waste of blood.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Come, the other side awaits.
No heretic escapes punishment. Done and done.
I don't have a move here. All right.
Let's get to it.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Let's get to it.
He just smoked his own dude.
A costly mistake.
Let's make it quick. Forward.
Did that guy go invisible or did they kill him?
That's how it's done.
Here we go.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated.
Solo Moreau's chest plate is punctured in multiple places and his face is stained with blood, but his gaze remains firm. Still alive, rogue trader. Good. You spot just as many wounds on Gladio. There are burns and cuts all over the coat. One of the visors is broken, and yet there is nothing in the Cyber Mastiff's straight posture that would indicate pain. If the pain is even a thing, something that the dog can feel. Those wounds look bad. Let me offer you first aid. I would have accepted your offer, but we still have Medicaid kits. Not many, but it should last us until we get to the shuttles, which we are in need of. Where is the governor? I don't know. He waited for you under RBD's escort to burn the heretic's body and conclude the ceremony, but when the sun went out and the enemies came at us, every crack and ricochet, he panicked and ran. Not the smartest of choice. He would have been safer with us. That's true, he would have been. What's happening at the starport? Panic, heresy, these people crush each other to reach shuttles, which makes them easy targets for the enemy. Here's your investigation is a dead end. Not yet, it isn't. Crooked smile crosses his face. We did find something at the port terminal. Shortly after the tithe was hauled away, a suspicious ship took off from the planet, and I already know how to track it down. I am not trying... I see you are not trying to flee and have chosen to fight. I commend your resolve. Actually, our plan is to retreat. The rebels are one thing, but there is nothing we can do against the warp, forcing its way in. and the fact that spits out a mouthful of blood. The battle is forced on us. We had to keep heretics away from the terminal until the machine spirits finished transferring the data to our shuttle. Speaking of shuttles, the ship we hired had turned tail and left orbit, so I must turn to you and request that you take my squad aboard, and we will disembark on the First World or Station Access void ship. We cannot die here while whoever stole the tithe is enjoying freedom. Well, I consider it an honor to assist you. We need time to dress our wounds and regroup. We'll cover you in your retreat and make sure there's no attack on the rear guard. Get to your shuttle first. We'll be behind you. Okay, so before we go and do all of that,
the Divine watches over us.
Stronghold. Ooh. What if I didn't do that? Oh shit, that's such an interesting
Let us
concept
walk
there.
this path to the end.
The stench of Physaline and blood blankets, the starport echoes, shouts, gunfire drifts over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malagar. Amid the crowd huddled in the shuttles, he and the soldiers greeted you upon the arrival. The sergeant's chest is fitted with a sturdy-looking flak vest bearing the insignia of customary among your troops. One of the enforcers you sent must have given it to Malagar as a gift. A group of bloodied and frightened people are wedged between Malagar's wardens and shuttles. You recognize them as the Governor's Planet members and high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire is torn and fight many wounds. Sergeant Malagar, I demand an immediate report. What is going on here? The sergeant spins around face to face, twisted in grimace and anger. Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies been cowering behind us, and now that things are gotten rough, they thought they could scarper and leave us here to die. We've shed blood for him and broke our backs to provide for him, and after all of this, you think it's fair that this piece of grok shit stun batons the governor in the chest, crossing an adornment of the governor's uniform with a jingle of unison. The governor spits blood out of his open mouth, responding, and his head explodes. His body falls limp, and the remaining eyes starward. The chorus of nobles screams out, "Enough, you said your piece." Generations the world cared for Rykard Minoris, ensured its prosperity and inhabitants, and this is the gratitude, you peasant? For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you said. Cassia throws out her hands, and Malagar's knees buckles. My mentor is right, you rabble truly have no honor. And we don't have time for this, we need the shuttle now. Look at yourselves. We're gonna do this one because it's dogmatic. Look at yourselves. Yourself, servant of the God Emperor, whom do you serve, humanity or its foes? How dare you speak of justice? With kindred blood on your hands, lower your weapons if you value your soul. Raises his gun at you, only to immediately, and his hands are shaking, shame and despair, and sewing it through his mask of bloodlust. For crying out loud, your lordship, sir, how could you say such a thing? A dull thud comes from deep within. The heavy footsteps shake Rockcrete and raising unpleasant tremor in the bones.
You thought you had killed Aurora, false believers. Tremble, for I
Word bearers.
am Aurora. I am the herald of change. Behold the final dawn, and die!
I will cast you into eternal darkness.
The disgrace of Monarchia will be avenged.
Word bearers. Alright, so we got 2, 3, and him. Well, that's 5, 6. It says there's 8. Who are we missing? Ah. That's 7. We're still missing someone. Word bearers.
I feel nothing, fear nothing.
See my work, ye glorious masters, and honor its endeavor.
Through pain and hardship,
Out of my way!
we prove our devotion.
Let's get to it! Martyrdom
Let's
is
make
the
it quick.
reward.
We're about to die. This is fucking wild that we're about to die.
It's for the weak, not the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred.
As honor or death.
A tribute to the undying Emperor!
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Trust me. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Immediately inflicts. This attack always hits.
I am a savant of destruction. The Omnissiah condemns you.
I honestly thought that he was gonna get us. Okay. Holy fuck, so we fought a word bearer. Heretical follower. Heretical follower. Heretical follower. Fucking course it all is heretical followers. We're gonna keep that just because that came off of a fucking Space Marine. Like, oh my goodness.
Know your duty.
Can we talk to him and tell him that we just fought a Space Marine? He should probably know. Nope, can't tell him.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Okay, so let me see something here. You. Additional hit chance 30%. This gives me the other one gives me a longer range, but not by much. This one is giving me a more flat out damage as well as high armor pen. So she's gonna need solid projectile. Can you have heavy armor proficiency? Do they count as an attack, though? I want to mess with that. You, oh man. High damage, dodge, and dodge reduction, threat elimination, hit and run. And this is damage over time effects, melee damage, negative effects, crowd control, large number of wounds. If a target of an executioner is successful, suffering damage over time effects, the immediate... Not inflicting damage over time, though. The assassin sees an opening for each enemy. This one slides. Whenever an assassin hits an opening, excluding over penetration, they deal an additional 10% of the target's maximum wounds. After an attack in the opening is moved to the opposite side of the enemy. Each enemy's openings that are not hit by the assassin during the assassin's turn are moved to a random side of the enemy and start at the assassin's next turn. The assassin makes an attack on the current weapon against the enemy. The attack cannot miss and deals 50% more damage. Yeah, you're doing that. So you're going to be the assassin. That's it. That is an absolute. With its own... Okay, but... What are you doing? Cyber Eagle that hit the enemy's allies automatically score critical hits. And you? Until the end of combat, the Overseer can relay attacking psychic powers through the Raven. You're gonna be a Vanguard. So we have an assassin already, so that's not an option for you. And what about you? We already have a Vanguard. What about... The bounty hunter may mark an enemy in combat as prey. Whenever the bounty hunter kills the target marked as prey, they gain stackable bonus until the end of combat. The bonus depends on the enemy difficulty tier. Roman numerals on the enemy's icon. 1 to 2 is 25%. As temporary wounds. Critical damage. Both of the above. Well, that's not useful. No. Well, maybe. Whenever the Arch-Militant uses an attack that is different from the type of the previous attack, the Arch-Militant gains stack versatility. Valid attacks are single shot, melee attacks, and single target or burst area. Melee, an area of ranged or ranged burst. +3 to weapon skill and ballistic skill for every stack of versatility. If the Arch-Militant has 4 or more stacks of versatility, the Arch-Militant deals an additional, whichever is higher. What does this one do? Until the end of combat, the Arch-Militant can make one additional attack each turn, including one additional attack on the turn the heroic act was used. The first attack, you're going to be my Arch-Militant. So that one's been taken. You... that one's done. That one's not useful. What is this one? One combat tactics, and every ally except the Grand Strategist gains 1 extra turn, 1 AP, 2 for every enemy that was killed within the selected. The Grand Strategist analyzes in the first round. Kind of don't want to fucking use that, almost. Okay. So you allow us to use psychic powers. Ignore cover of enemies that are under surveillance. Additionally, all are immune to critical hits. To the obstructed enemy's attacks, automatically score critical hits until the end of combat. The Cybermastiff deals additional damage equal to the familiars. I almost feel like he would. Well, who's actually using cover that's an issue? It's really just Argenta. So he would either get the Mastiff weapon skill until, I mean, let's give him Executioner, I guess. Single attack. Well, we don't need to do single attack. I don't need your ballistic skill up. Empowers the next attack for additional damage. Not useful. Well, actually, I don't want to do the combat tactics. We already have a Vanguard. The last volley's not useful to her. Does the Raven? Can you use the Navigator abilities through the Raven? Then allowing you to cast Navigator powers without putting your squishy Navigator in harm's way. Okay, so it says that she can. It won't let her use it though. So that was incorrect information. So then that's useless to me. That's already been taken. I don't want Grand Strategist. No. What do you... Well, what is this doing? Vision lore. Fellowship, which she uses a lot. Persuasion and Medicaid. Persuasion, take and hold. Fuck it, I guess she's the Grand Master. He can take... I can take the Cyber Raven. And I kind of want to backtrack on that. But let's give him the Cyber Raven. And we're going to name... I do want to get rid of the Pyromancy, I think, though.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Biomancy seems cooler because I can heal off of it. Who are you? Oh, my Vox communicator. Thanks be to the Emperor, you're alive, your lordship. We are most gratified by your return. The crew is full of zeal and ready to carry out your... What is the current situation on board? The Navigator Sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine seers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting its injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for prayer services. If the Omniscience grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of the vessel. Outstanding. For anything else, I want to hear an account of what happened to the system sun. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun, black creations of inhuman make. Amalgams of shape, angles, and edges. They surrounded the star, and then, my apologies, but I struggle to find the words to describe what a terrible sight. The Xenos made sun vanish into the void. Drukhari. You see Albert's expression changes as the shadow had fallen over him. He rubs his temple wearily, as if we didn't have enough trouble on our hands already. The Xenos, enemies of humanity? A breed of Aldari, the most cruel and devious of the kind. The design of their ships matches the description provided by your Vox Master. Like all Xenos, the Drukhari are a blight on the face of the galaxy. Their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on the creations of twisted intellect, and many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of the sun is one example of what they are capable of. They abhor chaos. Well, they do abhor warp stuff, so they're not in league. We're going to ask, but the answer is no. We can't rule out the possibility that the Drukhari would never ally themselves with the arch-enemy worshippers. If I had to name the thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be a shared loathing for warp corruption. The situation calls for immediate action, Scare. We cannot continue to conversate later if you wish, but right now, I believe you should assume command. What is happening on the planet now? Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations. The arch-enemy's powers are various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of the communications picked up to our Vox operators, there are practically no resistances being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult in mass and assembling in prayer circles. Do we have any hope of retaking the planet? I fear that Rykard Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute, and we must leave the system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own on the shuttles, we also have a number of salvaged from the starport. The dark eyes of the Sister of Battle Flash. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving people in a dying world through the prayer and through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky away from the corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all efforts to saving those people who at this moment look at the heavens in hope of her salvation. The lives of the peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the Holy Relic Miraculous Fusion Reactor, the Electro Priests who guard it and tend it. Every moment we spend in proximity to the dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Rykard Minoris. The Van Valancius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so lamentable though, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Henrik's eyes, like two deep, dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, the inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the stars, the final nudge towards death, the finale of the cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event, a world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. And this moment, millions of people bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they are willing to give their souls to chaos, a sacrifice great enough to bring forth a demon world. Our only hope is stopping the process and retreating safe distance from the planet and conduct a targeted bombardment of the Electro Priest's monastery. If we blow up the reactor, the thermonuclear reaction will follow and the world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death. We will save Rykard Minoris from becoming an outpost of the arch enemy. Only death can rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to this world. It is time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design, lest millions of names never reach him, and instead perish in the depths of Empyrean death is a mercy. Dominin Scare. Whatever your fate you choose of the world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see it from orbit, and I do see that a storm is already upon it. With every moment we waste, it grows more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. I am with the lady on this, and I've talking. We need to get out of here while we still can. Why can we not try to evacuate some people? Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? We will not waste time on the world. Pull back and begin preparations for transitional world. We're going to go with the dogmatic response here. Because again, we're going to stick to the dogmatic theme that we've started with. So we're going to do this one. Set an orbital course to carry out an orbital strike on the electromagnetic priest. Rykard Minoris must fall. So are we about to perform an exterminatus? I don't... Wait. Can rogue traders perform exterminatus? Officially, no. Rogue Trader does not have the legal authority to declare exterminatus. The legal mandate to order a complete eradication of a planetary biosphere is strictly reserved for the highest echelons of the Imperium, the Inquisition, Space Marine Chapter Masters, Lord Commanders, and Lord High Admirals of the Imperial Navy. However, the reality is nuanced. That means rogue traders are often wealthy and influential enough to acquire and possess the forbidden weaponry required to crack planets such as cyclonic torpedoes. Okay. So we technically, with Hendrix advocating for it, we do have the Inquisition's approval. So, dogmatic. Set an optimal course and carry out an orbital strike on the Electro Priest's monastery. Rykard Minoris must fall. Yes, Captain. I will immediately inform the navigation and artillery decks of the impending maneuver. Dogmatic 15. Inclines his head. The right choice, Lord Captain. May the sacred exterminatus cleanse this veil of corruption. Nice. The bridge is an upheaval. The technoman's prayers mixed together in a senseless cacophony. While the servitors work hastily to remove the hardened crusts of sacred urgents from around ungans from the warp's engine's components, in the middle of the tumult stands Pascal with a data slate clutched in his hand, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. I guess if you're paying this crew. Crew, heed the words of Magos Hanonum. Pascal, I kindly request that you take charge of this mess. Thank you, your lordship. You are right. Pascal's voice changed as he addressed you. He now speaks with authority and resolve. Tech comrades, heed my instructions. The mayhem immediately subsides. The crew's actions fall in some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah servants start working in synced and binaric clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor. Admirably done. Admirably done, Pascal. The Omnissiah guides me. The prayers of the tech priest surrounding the cogitator almost drown out the sounds of a bustling bridge behind you. Pascal, poring intently over the data slate in his hands, Damn, I should have changed Cassia now that I'm thinking about that. Anyways, data slate in his hand extends the mechanism right towards it. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. Okay, set up at the cogitator. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. The blinking light and endless rush of symbols and digits on green background make your eyes water. The vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind, a typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of the cyber gargoyle, the same as the gate in the warrant chamber. Actually, I don't see that. But sure, we'll pretend it's there. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for liturgy of the machine spirit. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, with this, all these fucking giant ass made up words. Appropriation, senior technomats recite the prayer and generate current data report. Operations will be marked with camp analogical protocol. Omnissiah rejoice. I must inform you that the purpose of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant, and updating the data smith blessing are required. If this is not done, then the launch of the volume aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. Pascal looks down at the data slate, a minor deviation from the rite of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. Alright, what must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the cogitator guardian, the cyber gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as the key in the data core. Where the machine spirit dwells, to it we will offer prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. His voice grows quieter. The laws of the Omnissiah know no exceptions, and so in this ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful spirit, machine spirit, whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and we will be receiving his blessing. Alright, place your hand. The metal jaw clamps down your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath, and releasing warm liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, an image of the vid screen before you appears. Connecting 0000.1. Connecting 0000.2. Connecting 0000.3. Suck.ses reg.789.0344. Access in ID 8627 nom OS operate respect act gesture the vid screen. What does all this mean? At the sound of your voice, the cogitators whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the cogitator. Which, that's the only one that I see there. Shudders with a screech and the skull rotate towards you and then stops in that position. Malevolent code voice receptor. Pascal emits a sequence of binary signals, and then it is silent for several seconds. I hypothesize that the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, not processed response. A temporary override is permissible. The Magos intently studies the vid screen. The shell is created on the forged world unknown to me. Initiating standard invocation for the machine spirit. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hands on the controls. At the same time, quite a stream of machine code begins pouring forth from his vox. What should I do now? Lord Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive your vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept data from the warp section. Alright, so we do that. What are the cogitators? Vid screens turn red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling to the rest of the tech priests, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit so that it may be filled with their true calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up cleansed data crypts and the warp engine, one after another, repeating the prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred I can't fucking pronounce that word. Pascal inserts them into the cogitator slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy censer, foul-smelling clouds of smoke, and from the loss of blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head and watches the vid screen. Suddenly he stops. No. His fingers fly over the command runes. Entering command after command, his mechandendrites clicking and his pincers pull one lever and another, and then the vid screen filled with a string of symbols. Completely incomprehensible to you, but you clearly are conveying something to the Magos. Say nothing and do not interfere. After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted in the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame and gives off a foul-smelling smoke around you. The Omnissiah servants break off from their prayers, and someone bursts into fanatic pleading. Pascal mournfully grates out the mass of the errors of the warp sexton's calculations is destroying the data repositories. The offer did not appease the ship's spirit. A warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped. A moment later, the Magos continues. Perhaps an alternative Ryzen protocol or an emergency launch auxiliary course. The tech priest bends over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the other vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and a static message changes. Pascal is... Read the information on the screen. Input. Stab true. Stab false. Stab true. Or stab checked. In perturb. Reg. Disturb. Reg. Query. Machine spirit, can you hear me? The cogitator servant creaks quietly in its joints. They sound drowned out by binaric hymns and tapping of the command runes. Input. Request response. Injury. Rescue. Query. Machine spirit, this is the Lord Captain. Obey me and start the warp engine. I might do that one. O hallowed machine spirit, in the name of the Omniscient, the Emperor, reveal unto us your power and guard us against our doom. Let's go with that one. That is a non-executable request, Lord Captain, even if the voice receptor could interpret such. Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screens begin to stabilize one after another. The strings of frantically galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images of regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. The tech priest Vox crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and clinical as ever. Registering warp sexton activated. Registering data stream stabilized. Registering 0 data errors found. Reporting the warp engine is ready for translation. After a pause, Pascal adds, I am also reporting evidence indicating a category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion. Thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils the glorification of its function and its defiance of deactivation. Holy fuck, man. They really need to hire voice actors to do this shit. So much goddamn reading. Master Helmsman, Lord Captain Raver here. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders you've given earlier. I am just received confirmation from the engine searing halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We are ready to begin a translation to the warp, your lordship. Lord Captain speaking, I give the order to commence translation to the warp. Waiting to ascend to the captain's throne. May the Emperor protect us. Okay, can I go? Nope, I can't. Okay. So there's the hitting of the monastery. Man, I do not have the oxygen capacity to do that.
Valencia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Please be voiced. God damn it. Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orsalia informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in Furbundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are waiting for permission to begin the process. The Furbundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Cronus Expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp, and allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. The prayer and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir could use to re-establish connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate, Dragnos, Janus, and Kiava Gamma. Master Zachary Wise has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Materium. The Liege of Football has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, apparently the Liege is anxious to meet you as soon as possible. Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Revered Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well, Scare. I'll be leaving your void ship as soon as we arrive on Footfall, Scare. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Your Lordship, young Vane Winterscale has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality in saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Vane swears he will not forget his debt to you. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during the comprehensive system inspection of the right, the unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that it concealed from prying eyes by means of personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Scare Valen Unit Scare von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator, provided he possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. Thank you once again for rescuing my squad, rogue trader. We will disembark at Footfall, and the trail of evidence leads us to the docks, and it won't hurt to pay the Liege a visit. I'm sure he will graciously extend his cooperation to the Arbries. Are you leaving us, Hendrix? The arrangement between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no further. I dare not take advantage of generosity and patience any more than I already have, Scare. Trying to catch my breath here. It's the issue with damaged lungs. Okay. I hope we meet again. True servants of the Emperor are always welcome aboard my ship. Regards you, the Curious and Polite Smoke. An interrogator of the Inquisitor seldom gets to hear such words. Thank you for your hospitality, Scare. I will not forget it. Solomon, is there any assistance I can provide you in your investigation? Right at the moment, unlikely. We have a considerable amount of dirty and routine work ahead of us, such as checking the cogitator logs and questioning the station's residents, including the less palpable individuals, none of which are worthy of the rogue trader's time. I assure you. Still, should the circumstances change, I will absolutely welcome your aid in such a dependable ally as yourself. hard names. You could just say the first letter, LOL, just an idea. It's the amount of fucking reading. It has a lot. First, they're using made-up words. Then they give them these ridiculous fucking sounding names to make them sound all medieval, high gothic, fucking high fantasy. And then they have so much writing in everything that's fucking stated, and instead of having it completely voice acted, they have small parts of this voice acted. Everything else you have to fucking read. I may be done a few hours early. Okay. Argenta, who is the Reverend and who wants to talk to me? He is the head of the Ducerian mission on Footfall. One of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader on the Van Valancius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your voyage ship, I request that we meet with the Reverend. Okay. Cabela, I shed blood. The shed blood has washed away the taint from our bodies. It's the only right that we now wash away our souls with the blessing of the servant of the Undying One, the Drusarians. Like blood-spun web, we are devoted to asceticism, rejecting wealth and luxury and surrounding themselves in his service. Though their thread is different from ours, the first spinner spoke of them with respect. Okay. Go to real space. Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge set in motion as hundreds of people start prepare for their shift into real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and the crew. Turns to you again. One thing, Lord Captain, and no one in the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise. You are inheriting the title. Liege Takara will be informed. It is required so we can use the dock, and besides, he is expecting personal audience with the rogue trader. He will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is a matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive in the station with proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit incognito. Tell me how these choices benefit me. According to Footfall's unwritten laws, rogue traders enjoy specialty privileges exceed even with the power of the Liege. However, they may choose not to exercise these privileges in certain situations. Arriving incognito will give you more room to maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. I shall explain if you don't mind. As per the unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving in the station has the right to veto any liege's decisions. But there's a catch. The Cronus Expanse is home to several influential rogue trader dynasties. Footfall is where their interests intersect. Of course, that does not prevent certain persons, namely Caligos, Winterscale, from subtly pulling strings on Footfall. If you, as a new rogue trader, start a career with official landing and parade in honor, other dynasties may see this gesture as the newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see it as a bad thing necessarily. Ultima and Winterscale may take slight offense. Cordra will be put on guard, but you will have just risen to prominence. And most people in the Cronus Expanse have not even heard about Lady Theodora's departure yet. It must be made clear that the banner of Van Valancius soars high as ever. If I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You will have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness of the burden of power, but now is not the last time that you can take refuge in obscurity. This way, your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people there will treat you like as a person and not as the almighty sovereign anointed by the emperor. It could turn some situations to your advantage. All right, incognito it is. It will be done, Lord Captain. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. Hey, Midwest Toaster. Holy fuck, that was a lot of reading. So not happy about that.
Lord Captain?
I don't want to talk
Lord
to you.
Captain.
Walk off. Go away. Stop talking to me. So the melting of armor is actually... Interesting. Okay. So the officer thing's actually useless to me. No shit. Okay. Now I know. That's good to know. Run down on what's happening. We rescued the youngest member of the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. He was being tortured by the prison warden who fell to corruption and chaos. We killed the warden and all his little cronies, destroyed that stuff, put down the rebellion. Then we got to the Adeptus Mechanicus's monastery, where we found the interrogator of the Inquisition, Henrix. Dealt with that. Killed the lady claiming to be Aurora, who is the leader of the Dawn cult. And then after that, we went back to the planet with the governor. And the governor was placed under arrest by the Arbites. We went to do our parade. The cultist's corpse reanimated. Then Drukhari, Dark Elves, they showed up and stole the sun out of the star system. So the sun just fucking vanished, which caused a warp to break out everywhere and demons to start spawning, and we had to go deal with that shit. And once we dealt with all of that, we ran into the Arbiters. They said they were going to cover our escape in exchange for a ride on our shuttle. As we were leaving, the governor was murdered by the sergeant that met with us when we first landed on the planet, because he was going to abandon them, so he murdered him. And then a Chaos Space Marine from the Word Bearers showed up, and he's like, that cultist wasn't Aurora. I'm Aurora. And killed the sergeant and all the other soldiers with him. So we killed him in exchange. And then we got onto the ship, and while we were on the ship, they were like, hey, we should blow up the planet. Other people were like, we should rescue people. Other people were like, hey, we should rescue the tech priests and their relic. And we went, hey, we're blowing up the planet by launching an attack at the tech priest's temple, which caused a thermonuclear reaction, which then destroyed the entire biosphere of the planet, killing all life on the planet and preventing it from becoming a demon world. So we performed Exterminatus per the suggestion of the Inquisitor's interrogator, Henrix. And now we are about to land incognito on a dockyard, because nobody else knows, nobody alive outside of our ship is aware that Lady Theodora died and that I have taken over as the Rogue Trader. That's what's going on. And then I had reworking my class right now. Fuck, that's a lot. When I did my set hours, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Now I've got to rebuild her. Okay. Let's go get our buffs. Oh shit, I need to rearm myself. I just realized that. Because we're not using that anymore. He can't use it though. I have to go to work. See you. Rotate a chip. Okay, well, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. I hope work goes smoothly for you.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Okay, so we got our buffs. Intently above, the jet black bird remains almost perfectly still, giving you a sense of looking at a stuffed mount statue instead of a living creature, and suddenly a break open and hear a distorted, barely intelligible scare. Pet the raven. I think that's supposed to be sitting on his arm there. That's a visual bug. Throw the raven a treat. Yeah, they're having visual bugs here. What do they say about me around the decks? Hugin looks without making a sound and straightens up, and then the bird spreads its wings as if trying to appear larger. Presumably, this is a dignified silence, and it's supposed to demonstrate a grim respect that your subjects have for the rogue trader. And tell me, what does the future hold for us? Beak opens darkness, marching over fading suns. Find me something useful. What are you gonna find me? You found me a frag grenade. That is so amazing. There you go. Have another treat, bud. For a frag grenade? Hell yeah. My bird just fetched me a grenade. The Mask of Aurora, the prophet of the archenemy who foretold the final dawn. So we've got our first war trophy, it looks like.
Domin. Make
Master Helmsman, Lord Captain, Riva's voice over the Vox, weary and rather annoyed. I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails, and the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries, they're not here from a chinwag. Ready to issue orders, prepare your command. On my order, stations, get ready for void combat. I didn't get to assign the new crew members. I would have liked to have assigned some new crew members to positions first.
Today we claim victory or die trying.
Okay.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Fall ahead. Our shields fail us. Unleash the power of our lance batteries. We have a destination to reach. Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany. I have missed this feeling.
Hey, Kyle. Morning. How you doing? Okay, now let's do some management here. Hosts. Okay. Can she do anything? Oh, she can. Well, let's try that. But I guess hope you're doing well. Yeah, so far, just lots and lots of fucking reading. With a small escort dead ahead, they are requesting Vox channel, patching it through. Greetings, Lord Captain. I am honored to speak with the Lord Rogue Trader of House Valancius. May your name be known through the ages. Charteris Captain Austrius Thorfast, bearer of the free charter of the merchant fleet. How may be of service? What is your squadron doing here? We develop supply routes for the Charterists. You see, my ship is a representative of the merchant fleet and part of the Imperium territory. Yet we do not have fixed charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contacts with voidfarers in need of regular ship repairs and those who are interested in specialized goods. I want to take a look at your catalog. Damn. Okay. Void Aldari, Void Drakari. Your Void Heretic. Don't have any of that, I don't think. Let's not mess with you further for the time being. Okay. Short prow mounted. 4 and 14, 4 and 14. Okay. With a narrow. Let's see what that looks like. Are they really going to take Henrik's from us right out the gate like that? Tell me how at least get his stuff back. Nope. Son of a bitch. He took some of his stuff with him. That's a problem. You. Don't get to wander off with my shit. Your lordship, forgive me for not welcoming you with appropriate obeisance. We were told that you would prefer to arrive on footfall incognito, so we are trying to attract as little attention as possible. I am here on behalf of the Liege of Footfall, Lord Vladim Tokara. The Liege awaits a chance to speak with you at his residence, but if you happen to have other business to attend to, I can serve as your guide at the station. Lips curl slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of the words, welcome far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. I don't need an escort. Certainly, your lordship. She doesn't get to finish.
Hey, newcomers! How's this for a warm welcome?
Grovel before the faithful.
Crush him!
These folks really aren't that bright, are they? Well, let's see. What do we got? 3. Ooh. These guys really are stupid.
Hold on.
You don't frighten me.
They've killed 2 of their own people.
Brace yourself, Abelard. I've suffered worse.
Oh, you all just fucked up.
Actions will speak. Another step towards our ultimate victory. And so shall it be done.
Oh, I have to move him first. Okay, good to know.
Rejoice in service!
Show me what you've got.
Damn, you guys are smoking your own people.
Let's get to it!
That's nice of them to line up like that for us.
My commands are followed without hesitation. I have read tomes of military tactics. If I may, now you're clad in scarlet. I'm afraid not.
Scared yet?
Scared? No. You guys have, like, dramatically lost your numbers. Why the fuck would I be scared at this point? You, on the other hand, you should probably be scared.
Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Wow.
Power
She missed
resides in the
that.
will of the righteous.
No shit.
I'll do it. Eradicate it. Each strike is a prayer.
Servant, shivering young servant, looks up in horror and says, Emperor, protect me. They killed. Fear not, young man. We took care of the attackers. Do you know who they were? Your lordship, those were Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst. I'm telling you, they're scared of no one, not even the lead Torkara. Expecting more bandits to appear. Does this thing happen often around here? Shooting, yes. Attacks on nobles, not very often, unless it's the Avners. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing or gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing. They follow no rules. Go report this to your liege. Yes, I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll go report this to the liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. Interesting. So we're learning some things about this, the way that all that works. That's interesting. Interesting. Combat shotgun. Okay, so this is gonna go over here. This is gonna go over here. This is gonna go over here. 1x will go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. $11. And we already have a chainsword. Which, I guess, I mean, we should probably level up old boy now, right? Which, by the way, where are we at with Dogmatic? Cool, what does that mean, though? First rank helmet, all critical scores by the party inflict burning damage. That's kind of cool. Anyways. Anyways.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
It really does look like I should be able to climb this ladder, come up here, and go over there. Wonder why I can't. Initiating procedure under this unit is Logos Opticon, authorized representation of Sanctual Part, this Congress Fleet, Priesthood of Kenneth, access granted following auction. Trade deals. Okay, so we can do trading with this dude. Whenever the wearer hits an enemy with a Deadeye shot, decreases the enemy's deflection by -1. Oh. Or their wheelie carry a melee attack with their ranged weapon using ballistic skills. That's actually pretty good. Let's see what else they have first before we go giving anything to anybody. Except Death from Above and Blade Dance is dodge, parried, or critical hit the Gear gains. So this doesn't actually work with the Death Cult. The Bolter is trash. If you're a force weapon. We're gonna hold off on that just simply because I would prefer to keep the one I have, because the one I have lowers the void stuff. And it's a las rifle. Oh, damn. Damn, they've actually got some really good shit here. I don't have high enough wealth factor yet.
your duty. The Divine watches over us!
Raven. Wow. I just picked up something for my Raven. That's pretty cool.
The duty prevails.
Strange remember the holy book by the altar, the void damn customs guy. He's always on duty. Does he ever leave to get a piss? Is he a servitor or something? Guess what? Remember to bow to the Emperor through the window. Okay, weird, but sure.
I rise above hardships. Let us walk this path to the end.
And then 2 days ago, the discharge was interrupted by a raid launched by the Avner's Gain, and the attack 3 loader servitors stolen along with its contents. It's this one. I can't access it.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium. I'd rather not.
Blessed is Von Valencia's bloodline.
Ah. 1, 3, 4, 5. There's code here. We'll have to keep looking around, I guess.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I'm sure we can find the answer somewhere. Anver rations. Now is your time. Go to your homes, drag them out of the beds, cover the carcasses, the Imperial Navy, Kapaka, CS. She's power. Okay, that's clearly not it.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The wearer gets 50 cohesion, if the wearer it's 20 instead. Okay. We're missing something that's like right around here. There it is. Okay, we'll take that.
I have proven myself yet again. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. The duty prevails.
Ooh. Ooh. It's the code. The Holy Book at the Altar. Volume 3. So 3 is the first one. The Void Dam Customs Guy. Okay, so 3.
The Divine watches over us.
5. And what's the last one? So 3, 5. Hanger by the window. Window by the hanger. And don't forget to bow to the Emperor. So we know 3 and 5 are the first two numbers. So let's see if we can solve it just with that much information. So we know it's 3, 5, 1, 4. No. So 3, 5, 4, 1. Ah. Fucking got it. What are you giving me? The brutes drink until the end of combat. For each side power that's used, it stacks. Ooh, that's useful for me. I'm almost regretting respecing my character now. God damn. We may have to hold on to that just in case. Alright, so the allows the wearer to parry melee attacks with their ranged weapon instead of using their ballistic skill. Which, then we gotta look at that, right? Because that gives +5 damage. That's a real tough decision, genuinely. They give us so many good choices.
Let us walk this path to the end.
It shows that there's something right here.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I just don't see anything to interact with. But it is showing there's something right here. Yeah, I don't know what it is that is supposed to be here that's lootable. But it does show something's like right here. It's weird. It's not a person. I'm not able to interact with anything on the ground here. Alright, well, let's ignore it and pretend it's not there. That's for an eagle. Not interested in the eagle. And I don't see a way to get up here. Like, it's not letting us climb the stairs?
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Weird. I don't think I've run into a loot piece in the entire game so far that I haven't been able to locate or loot. This is officially the first. That's so weird. Huh. There it is. That covers it. Alright, folks. Give me one moment. I will be right back. Alright, folks. Pixie, are you there? Probably not. She's probably still doing VODs. Man, that is so cool. I just had a buddy of mine reach out to me. That's exciting. Alright, so. Part of me wants to go to the Shadow Quarters. There's also part of me that wants to go to the Atrium. The Atrium's going to go to the Liege Residence, right? This is going to go to the Martyr's Endurance. Let's go to the Atrium first. Man, this is so cool. This is genuinely exciting.
The Divine watches over us.
This place was intended to be merely a hall within the temple, but now a whole city has been squeezed into it.
A rational decision. Ecclesiarchy temples lack the critical functionality that a void station requires. Unlike the chapels of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Is blessed with multifunctionality.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Unexpected
The Emperor gave me a vision.
I didn't?
What do we got? Great sword and commander's voice command ability makes an attack during an extra turn. Really? And that's one of my abilities, correct? When I give it to somebody else? Voice of command. Yeah. So then the voice of command, I can whenever an ally under the effect of the wearer's voice of command ability makes an attack during an extra turn, this attack deals an additional 6%. Yes. 5% hit chance, 5% crit, 3% crit. Then I can give this to her. I approve. Alright. Cool. Cool. Awesome. Okay. That was just so out of the blue and unexpected. I apologize, everybody. I definitely was not anticipating that.
Let the faith guide
Crazy
my
happy it
path
happened,
to
but
glory.
it was not something I anticipated.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Yep, already picked it up, Pixie.
Operation successful.
Okay. Those are just standard Eldari. They're not... Those aren't Drukhari. They still don't like humans, though.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Oh, that's interesting. Is that a Sister of Battle? That certainly looks like a Sister of Battle. Ooh, Servo Skulls. Servo Skulls. You get the Logic Tech. Okay, and you, did I give you Unyielding Bastion? Yes, I did. Okay. So you can have some dual shoes. And it gives you resolve. That's two-handed. No, I want you to keep the shield. Fireproof wears. Yeah, no. Okay. There is more loot there.
The machine god grants me insight.
Carnival. Okay. Riddle me this. I bring pain and an unending want for you know. I am already done. What am I? Riddle me this. I can bring pain, an unending want For you know, I am already done. Bring pain. Bring pain. An unending want. For you know, I am already done. Memory? Was it memory? Close. Damn. Damn. See, I would... See, then the next thing that I would start is branching off of that and go with things like regret, remorse, survivor's guilt. So you're gonna have to give me a hint. Or tell me the answer. It's boys and the group chat. Sometimes they disappear and come back. They're out there, brother. And shit, insane. Damn, dude. Yeah. No, think more of yourself. Before you speak, you have what? Thought? I'm curious of the back collection of Xenos. And what kind of collection is this? Because I don't want to do the Iconoclast. I don't want to do the Iconoclast. I don't want to do Heretical. Dangerous, vicious, ruthless Xenobeasts caught red-handed as they're attempting to commit evil against the Imperium. But right now, they're harmless. Our cages can withstand their rage, but I wouldn't recommend getting too close. Haha. But that, okay, so I can see how that loosely could be the answer, but my thing is like, thought can bring pain, yes. Thought can bring unending want, yes. For you know, I am already done. That part, very, very, very loosely can apply to thought. Because thought is something that you're processing, you're actively doing, so you don't already know it, and it's not already done. It's something that is actively taking place before you take action, before you do anything else. It is, but it's a process. Thought is a process to think, right? So that part would be loosely thought of, but memory is something that's already done. Let's go back to this real quick. Memory can bring pain. It can also bring an unending desire to return to or re-experience things of the past, or things that you enjoyed, or to change things in the past, right? Or the desire to find out what if I had done XYZ things different, right? So, and then for you know, which means you know definitively. Memory is things that have happened definitively already, so they are known. And I am already done. Memory is memory is something that cannot be undone. It's something that's already there. It's happened. It's not happening like a thought. A thought is something that is actively taking place. It's not already done. So memory, I would say, fits better than thought because of the last two pieces of that sentence, of that riddle. When you think your brain knows, then before you say something, your brain knows. Yeah, except for thought is something that is happening. It's why it's called a thought process. You are thinking. It's a thought process. It's not something that's already done. Thoughts are you processing information, which means it's an ongoing action. It's not something that's already done. Thought is what, when it is concluded, leads to action or inaction. But it is a process. It's active. These aren't Xenos. They're mutants in makeup. But also not Xenos, you say? I'm sure you're a mistake. I'll check the shipping list myself, rest assured. His words are oozing with greenish yellow hues. I do not think is a promise he'll keep. Such entertainment is lucrative, precisely because billions of the Imperium subjects have never encountered Xenos in their life. Ignorance and curiosity create a colossal demand. And that's what I taught. And I can see the lesson in truthful. Let's see. Dogmatic attack. Do you know what I see? Heresy. These exhibits must burn, and you along with them. Wait, please. No. No, big dog. Boom! Cool. Problem solved.
Know your duty.
So it is already done though, because your brain through thought already was don't and so done. It was. It's an interesting interpretation of it, for sure. Alright. Buzzing crowd has closed in several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt a massacre is about to take place. Ooh, that's exciting. Instigator, just cut their throats already. What were they thinking, letting that ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken. No, no cutting. We get their blood on us, we'll be tainted too. Better to burn them. Well, you're about to have some problems then if you try to fight me. By the way, I love the beard, for real. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yep. Pixie's always keeping up with me about the not letting it get too long. She doesn't want it. She jokes when it gets too long. She's like, "You trying to go all ZZ Top?" So she helps me keep it in line. Oh, hey, this is that dude that we needed to talk to. Be quiet, you scoundrel. A priest clad in a simple black raiment cuts through the crowd like a void ship crossing the sky. You dare pass judgment on another? What arrogance to think you have the right. Argenta starts at the sight of the elderly priest. That's Reverend. That's the Reverend. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his fucking name. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble. Intervene. Several dozen gaze bore into you, and who are you supposed to be? I am Scare, rogue traitor of Van Valancius's dynasty. The rabble-rousers laugh it up uproariously. And I am Insidia Chorda. Cut the guff. Her leadership, Theodora, is the head of the Van Valancius line. I saw her with my own eyes. She came to Footfall, and you don't look much like her. Silence. You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. And what's so wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put those heretics to death. We're not heretics, the haggard man says, verge of tears. We're refugees. I swear on the Golden Throne, we served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. Where were the protectors meant to shield the lands from humanity, from nightmares, from traitors and heretics, the lot of them? A murmur runs through the crowd. The people gawk at you and the priest at the wretched group huddling in the center. How tiring. The motley sea of colors that are filling these restless crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them are acid yellow streaks of fear. Their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here. Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers wearily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in a purplish-black grief, but their words are transparent as ice that lies on top of a glacier. But commoners are always deaf to others' suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worth you or me, Scare. Can't grow one, so yeah, I can't grow on the sides. I can grow here, but on the sides is the only place I can't grow any facial hair, unfortunately. All the onlookers are to return to their homes immediately. The refugees can go to Dock Alpha Rho. I will speak to you later. Comply or face consequences. The rabble-rousers look at you morosely. I don't want to get in trouble over this lot. The refugees use interpretation to make off in the direction of the dock. They shouldn't have made it to Footfall. We blew up that fucking planet. We did not save anybody on that ship, on that planet, on our ship. And that sun was taken. There was nobody who survived. Shouldn't have survived anyways. So we need to go re-examine them if they'll let us. The arrogance and self-righteous of a malefactor. The priest shakes his head disapprovingly, then eyes shift to you. I am the Reverend, head of the Dosorian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please come and see me when you have time, and we can talk then. I will, but I need to go check on those refugees because I need to make sure that they're not corrupted, because that entire fucking planet was corrupted, hence the exterminatus we did.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Okay. Let's go find these refugees. Synchronous communications. Doc Alpha Rio, topic of contract logisticar Theta. Interesting. Delivering a strange invitation to the Lord Captain, inviting to meet. Just weird. All right, where are these refugees?
The Divine watches over us.
Okay, we are saving this. Let's find out what this is about. That's a new ship. That's our ship.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Are looking at you, some apprehensive frowns. Unconcealed gratitude. For insulting the rulers whose reign have been blessed by the Golden Throne, I sentence you to death. Alright. Let's see what this is. I need information. What happened on Kieva Gamma, and how did you end up here? We told you everything back in the square. Things are rough on Kieva Gamma. Maybe there isn't even a Kieva Gamma anymore. The planet was attacked by a horde of heretics. They shouted unholy prayers and cut down people left and right. Okay, so these are they're from one of our fucking planets. They're not from the previous planet. Okay, cool. That's fine. We heard everything from orbit. Listening to one of the Voxcast after another, we realized that there wasn't anyone left to save, so we thought we'd run, but it was like our crew went mad somehow. The captain smashed his own head against the cogitator, and so did half the officers. Everyone who survived did their best to steer the ship into the warp, and here we are. Only 3 ships made it out alive, ours being one of them. We don't know what happened to the other 2. They made it to Footfall. Maybe they disappeared in the warp, or maybe something else happened to them. And what became of the ship you used to get here? It is property of Van Valancius dynasty. Apologies, we couldn't save it. The ship was damaged during the escape. We're lucky it got us to Footfall. It's at the far docks. There isn't much use of it anymore. It doesn't look like it's going to fly anywhere, and the local whatever that word is, have already removed some of the valuable parts. You can send your people to take apart what's left and scavenge the components. Cool. The map of the expanse is revealed before me. The Sea of Souls roiled and tangled paths. How did you, desperate runs, reach Footfall all the way from the Cronrock system without a navigator? Frightened by Cassia's appearance, the refugees covers his face with his hands trembling violently. Please forgive my worthless words. We are feeling our way in the dark, you could say. All we had in some old maps. We prayed to the God Emperor day and night while our helmsmen plotted a course. A miracle. It must have been, your lordship. Mad you destroyed my ship. Okay. You were hurling accusations at your masters. That is a sign of treason, and it must be punished accordingly. Do you realize this? One by one, the refugees fall to their knees. Please have mercy. A few idiots shouted things, that's all. We shut them up ourselves already. It was their grief and fear talking. Please don't punish the rest of us. Virtuperation? Shit, I can't even say that word either. Directed at the Adeptus Mechanicus was likewise registered. Denial is meaningless. Ooh, now we have 2 dogmatic choices. I'm giving you 1 hour to hand the ones shouting the profanities over to the enforcers on my ship. They will be executed. The rest of you are free to go. See, all of those who shouted profanities are to be handed over to the enforcers on my ship. They will be executed. The rest may join my ship's crew. Yes. The refugees offers stuttering expressions of gratitude. It will be done. We'll do as you say. Dogmatic +4. Boom. Alright, so we dealt with them. And we increase our dogmatic standing. Now, let's go see who it is that wants to talk to us. Is it this person? Okay, so who are we supposed to be meeting with? Is it these folks?
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
I received an invitation to a meeting. Yep, here it is. Confirmed. I wish to validate the mutual contractual obligation designated Logisticar Theta. Under the contractual obligation, question 34.761, Terran years ago, Explorator Cognizance Fleet received from representatives, authorized units of Van Valancius Dynasty, a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 Tantalon Void tankers. Received it and then didn't pay. Compensate, ruminate, settle accounts. Should I go on, or is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment reciprocal offering from the contingent Cognizance Fleet can be made to the Von Valancians asset at the current time, after which the contractual obligation will be fulfilled, archived. Confirm your status regarding the acceptance of payment and reciprocal offering. What payments can I expect? You waited 30 years to pay up. Execution of payment reciprocal offering is in accordance with specifications of contractual obligation. Allocation of assets from the holdings of the Cognizance Fleet was initiated when the tankers reached the main squadron in 14.905 Terran years after the initial transaction. The asset allocation process concluded 2.663 Terran years before transportation of the asset to the Verbundus system took 16.862 Terran years. Final delivery of asset to Footfall took 0.331 Terran years. Clever. If you had been purchasing fuel for a squadron at another end of the Imperium, you may have never had to pay for it at all. We would have turned to dust before you made it back. What payment can I expect? Universal Mobile Orbital Deployment Extractums. Astra Arator processing complexes. In the quantity stipulated in the contractual obligation, each unit has undergone a cycle of maintenance, liturgies, and has been assessed for conformance to the sacred standard template construct. Great creation of the Omnissiah, blessed be his benefice, which was bestowed upon these complexes, industrial might and full cycle of the reproduction and life support. You are saying that my dynasty had extensive business dealings with you? The statement is true. The Cognizance Fleet concluded 1292 contractual obligations with Von Valancius Dynasty, as represented, led, administered by the counterparty identified as Theodora von Valancius. The most substantial was Pact 8-Yule, in accordance with which Archmagos Cubus Delphim, data usher of the seventh-fold hallowed workshop of the sacred world of Euphrates II, was transferred to the planet Kiva Gamma to perform duties of minister as its fabricator censor, which we know that planet's got a problem right now. The services of such a highly enlightened, enhanced, authorized servant were recompensed via the offering, paid with a 7-year contract, granting the fleet exploration via vessels, maintenance, and privileges at Kiva Gamma facilities. That is true. In the last couple of decades, Lady Theodora took pains in forming strong relationships with the Cognizance Fleet. She turned down a dozen candidates looking for the right tech monitor to watch over Kiva Gamma. Alright, I can confirm and I am willing to accept payment. Ooh, we got 2 of them. The request is accepted. The sacred machines will be loaded into your hold of your vessel. The contractual obligation Logisticar Theta is concluded. The Cognizance Fleet thanks House of Valancians for its cooperation. I seek friendship with the Adeptus Mechanicus. The priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus is interested in, considers expeditious cooperation with rogue traders. Under the terms of the Treaty of Mars, it is willing to provide services to Van Valancius dynasty. The priority of service tasks can be raised if diplomatic links are strengthened. The Cognizance fleet will be glad alternative unavailable to accept any samples of sacred technology, samples of profane xenotech, miscellaneous items, reminder, storage study / disposal of aforementioned objects with the exception of 3 miscellaneous items is the preferential right of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Explorator fleet will also accept information about planets in the Cronus expanse that have not previously been recorded in the planetary registry. Okay, let's talk about deals. I'm sitting at 22. If I were to increase this, I would get a Weber. Weber is... it's literally just a web gun. Do you actually have anything that I can purchase right now? If I were to raise our standing. No, you do not. Not yet, anyways. Okay. Alright, so that is concluded. We dealt with the refugees.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Now let's go back to the atrium. And let's go deal with the Reverend dude that's running the show over here. Interesting that that doesn't lead anywhere.
Let us walk this path to the end.
The man with face so drawn it appears to be made of nothing but skin and bone fixes his unblinking bird-like eyes on you. The priest's simple black clothes have next to no adornments, and they do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice he says, "The Emperor protects." The Emperor protects, Reverend. But he protects those who are pure of heart. Do you think yourself one of them? Be leery of this conviction of yours. Many who have risen to the pinnacle of faith have fallen from it. To embrace pride, the most degenerate. And you must be the young Van Valancius. That name carries weight, and it's burdensome one, for its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a transgressions. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, and will you carry them onward, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? And let's do the dogmatic with persuasion check. Make the sign of the Aquila. I put my faith in the Emperor. He gives you a scrutinizing look and then softens tones. Well, then, be twice as diligent, for this sector will seize the chance to test your faith. We gain experience and more dogmatic. Nice. He looks at Argenta, who is standing nearby, and his voice softens. Greetings, sister. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? It was, Reverend, and let it be known to you that Theodore Van Valancius' ship was attacked by the servants of the arch-enemy, who appall the heart of any righteous soul, she says, nearly hissing with fury. And not all of them met a fitting end. Some fled, and more than that, their blasphemous words clearly pointed to the attack being part of a larger design. Reverend, I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the Van Valancius dynasty from the forces of the arch-enemy. I am divesting myself of the responsibility of guarding the Footfall Reliquary. Ooh. I would add something to that if doing so weren't so beneath me. That's such a noble answer. Sister Argenta stood by my side during the assault on the ship, and I could use her assistance going forward. Yes. Nods in thought. Follow the call of your soul, sister. The Footfall Reliquary will be preserved, even without your contribution, as it was all these years preceding your arrival. He smiles sadly. I know what it is that calls you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. You seek combat, for it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. But before you start on the path towards the new destiny, I have a request to make of you and your companion. Many among your flock are from the poorest, most dispossessed people on Footfall. They've brought me troubling news from Footfall Shadow Quarter. In the darkest corners where the liege wardens do not venture, taint has taken root. Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here, true heresy serving the arch-enemy is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the Shadow Quarters mark their bodies with a sun inscribed with blue and gold and perform strange rituals. So blue and gold... Yeah, that's Zinch. Man. So, we actually have Chaos Undivided pushing a Zinchian agenda, which is weird, because the word bearers are Chaos Undivided. They represent everybody, which is the Space Marine was that we fought. But the demon in the tunnels and the sewers was the Zinchian Herald. The demons that we have since fought are Zinchian demons. The blue and gold sun is Zinchian. So, even though they're being led by Chaos Undivided, they are only pushing Zinch's agenda so far. We haven't seen any signs of Slaanesh, Khorne, or Nurgle. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I well know that evil lurks all around us, and I wish to see retribution. We will verify this rumor, Reverend. With great pleasure, Argenta lays a hand on her weapon. I almost wish for a rumor to be true. My heart yearns for battle with some heretics. This is where I bid goodbye, sister. Noble Scare. Is there something you wish to ask me about? Can we move our We know what he's doing on... Who do we talk to, though? Surely one of you are selling something, right? What are you doing on Footfall? What am I doing in this den of blasphemous pagans and the vilest souls, you mean? Well, Footfall is the first and last stop in the Cronus Expanse. It is the point of arrival for those who have just started on their path. And it is also where those who are reaching its very end return their souls wounded and bleeding. I embrace both former and latter so that they may cast an honest eye over their impurity. Furthermore, the rumors across the entire sector amass on Footfall. If I hear crewmen whispering about a reclaimed shrine world, or expressing desire to carry the Emperor's light to the darkness among the stars, I help the flock in their sacred duty. Devoted trailblazers need assistance, both spiritual and material, tools, equipment, and even garments and simple everyday items. Anything that might help pilgrims on their long journey. And during the first days of the harsh frontier, life is worth its weight in gold to us, and may any help you offer in the effort of gathering such blessed items. The path of true believers leads into darkness, to search the worlds that have lost his radiance, steeped in depravity. Blessed are the deeds of those who give themselves to the void and the warp in hopes that their actions might bring light into the darker reaches of the expanse and deliver the previous barren world into the Imperium's service. He is silent for a few seconds. And all the more bitter is the realization that not all the brave souls will succeed in their mission. Footfall will always await the news from the Wasteland Wayfarer, an ancient ark on the ship headed to the distant stars. Her last astropathic message was sent beyond the Cinerus Malefictum? I don't know how to pronounce that. And the stars have kept her fate a secret since. I bear another darker duty. The expanse is filled with tainted creations and unholy heretics. These insidious objects are a danger to the soul, but I know what to do with them. Should you, on your travels, come upon dangerous corrupted objects, bring them to me, and your reward and vigilance will be even more generous. To the Saurian mission has much to share with the rogue trader. Alright. Let's see what you guys have. Well, let's buy what's available. Let's start there. Actually, what's this? Oh, it's a navigator staff. Ooh. We're gonna have to give that to her and see what that's about. All targets of a taunting scream minus 14. Oh. 15 points to the Imperium. Alright, so we've got a 22. So we can get a sanctified staff. Elite chainsaw. Excruciator maul. Well, let's scroll down a bit here. You guys sure have a lot of, like, Death World stuff that I've been seeing. I've yet to see anything for the Fortress Worlds or Forge Worlds. Quite a bit of heavy armor, too. The hood grants the wearer a 10 plus bonus to 15% damage to psychic and navigator powers, but inflicts a minus 10 to... Shit, you got a spinner's breastplate? Alright. Alright. You've convinced me. You fucking convinced me. Seal of Death. You've got stuff from my... Alright. Reputation. What do you need? What do you got? You need holy gifts. Sorting. Ascending. Descending. Name? Holy gifts. Holy gifts. Holy gifts. That's a big number. I didn't even see that. All right, so jewelry. What do I need? I need 2,000 more, right? So I would need 10 of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which I don't have. So that's 1,200, right? And what's the next thing? Uniform and armor kits. So uniform. Enemies targeted by the navigator's powers suffer a -5 penalty to all their characteristics until the end of the navigator's next turn. This penalty stacks and is prolonged until the navigator's next turn every time it stacks. Devastating. The first use of an attacking navigator power per turn does not set the power on cooldown, and it does not count towards the attack limit. The second use of the power, or the use of a different attacking navigator power in the same turn, deals an additional 6 damage to all targets and 6 direct damage to the navigator, though. Ooh, I don't know that I want her taking well, she's got that ability. And that's per turn. Per turn. That allow her to hit twice. What's the ability do exactly? Again. Navigator heals 6 wounds at the beginning of the turn on every turn. And this is going to do how much? What's the difference between direct damage? Cannot be reduced by the target's... Well, in theory, she should get that back at the beginning of the turn. In theory. We'll let her run it. Nobody's taunting right now. Does anybody actually... Let's see, who's got... She can't take those, so you're not doing dead eyes. You're not. You can't wield it. You're not doing dead eye again. You're none of those things. It's not relevant to you either. You're doing taunting scream. You're not my Xenos person. You're not my dead shot. You're not my lore person. You're not my hammer person. But no, leave it alone. Leave it alone. She's doing pretty frickin' solid with that, though. Unfortunately. And that's cargo. Okay. And do I have you doing... No, I don't have you doing taunting scream yet. But I might get you to do taunting scream. We'll have to see here. What are you doing here? Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge until the end of combat. Okay, that's good. Your dodge is... because your dodge is shit right now. I could make your dodge better, though. You would take a major hit, though. I don't want you to take a hit. This wearer's helmet is 6% armor. Also grants 6% beats 5% every time. Alright, so let's talk about weapons here, bud. You're doing 10 to 16 with a 45%. But this... I lose a little bit on the armor pen. I make up for that in damage and... well, actually... talk to me about power weapons. 10 armor penetration. Whereas if I check the chain weapon, order maximum damage. So this weapon has an extra attack which increases armor penetration of all subsequent attacks made against the same target by 10. for 1 round, and it's 1 round. Let's do it that way. Damn, it's such a good shotgun. And you can keep the revolver. Shot. Actually, you get the laser, dude. And that can now go to cargo. Alright, so, and that can go to cargo. What are you? Long glass, modified. You can go to cargo. Honestly, the modified bolter, I think I'm gonna send that to cargo, but let's see here. Yeah. Nah. That can go. Add to cargo. $7 to $11, 20, nope. Add to cargo. You're not special enough. That, I think I'm going to end up saving for the Arbiter. Ah, you can take that. You could take that. What are we doing here? Until the... Yeah, I think you're going to be good with that. I don't think we need to make any other further adjustments. You can keep the hot shot. I genuinely just want you doing damage like that. The minimum here is the maximum here. Add to cargo. We'll hold on to it just because those aren't exactly common yet. Alright. I think that's as good as we're gonna get for the time being. Those are all specialty ones. Yep, that's as good as we're gonna get for the time being. This is a whole clusterfuck of a mess over there. I don't know that I want to deal with the clusterfuck right now. Okay. We're making headway, we're making progress. Good, it's good, it's good. I like it. Alright, so that's 11 hours. And we've made it into, I think this is the second act. Maybe, possibly, but we'll see. Anyways. I'm going to stretch. Take care of my dogs for a little bit. I might come back and do some Warframe later. We'll have to see. Anyways, thank you all for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, hit those subscribe and like buttons. If you're on Twitch, hit those follow buttons. And again, keep an eye on those notifications. I might be back shortly. A couple hours. Hour. We'll see. Do some Warframe. If anyone wants to jump in there with me, more than welcome to. Anyways, y'all have a pleasant day or evening. And hope to catch you in the next one. See ya.